it, and a few OPEC countries could increase production to make up for it over time, but it would actually tighten the market and bring prices up.
He runs commodity-focused Andron Capital Management. Right now, ExxonMobil shares trading lower by 3.2%. ADRs of BP down 3.6%. Chevron shares down 2%. And XLE, the Energy Select Sector Spider ETF, it is down by 2.9%. Recapping, S&P higher by 0.8%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power. We're live in Washington, the fastest show in politics, following Kamala Harris on the trail today. With the big media blitz, 3 shows today, one already done. She was on The View saying she would have done nothing different than Joe Biden. This is going to be interesting. We'll get into some of that stuff later on. Howard Stern is next, and then Stephen Colbert tonight. Univision Town Hall Thursday. And, of course, last evening it was 60 Minutes as the campaign tries to knock down this criticism that Kamala Harris is living inside of a bubble somewhere and not doing unscripted interviews with what we had heard were hard-hitting journalists. Maybe not so much after 60 Minutes, but talking to a lot of people, reaching a lot of ears and eyeballs here. Of course, last evening, it could have been Kamala Harris and Donald Trump splitting the hour, the annual, or I guess every 4-year election special by 60 Minutes. They explained last evening, and Scott Pelley was very deliberate in describing email, text, and phone call exchanges, meetings that made clear Donald Trump had confirmed his plans to do an interview with 60 Minutes, but he dropped out on the idea of being fact-checked in real time. As Scott Pelley says on 60 Minutes, we always fact-check our stories. And so Kamala Harris ended up with an hour, largely to herself. Tim Walz had a bit of time, and they also interviewed an elections official from Arizona, which was a pretty horrifying story if you saw that. But getting to what we just talked about with Nathan Dean and what we discussed yesterday on this program with Maya McGinnis from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. They crunched numbers on Donald Trump's plans and on Kamala Harris's plans and found both would add trillions to the deficit. Trump more than Harris. In fact, as we heard from Maya just yesterday, Donald Trump's economic proposals here would add $7.5 trillion to cumulative deficits from 2026 to 35. Kamala Harris's agenda would add $3.5 trillion to the tally. She was presented with this information on 60 Minutes. Here's the vice president.
I'm going to make sure that the richest among us who can afford it pay their fair share in taxes. It is not right that teachers and nurses and firefighters are paying a higher tax rate than billionaires and the biggest corporations. And I plan on making that fair.
But we're dealing with the real world here.
But the real world includes...
How are you going to get this through Congress?
You know, when you talk quietly with a lot of folks in Congress, they know exactly what I'm talking about because their constituents know exactly what I'm talking about.
There you have it. How are you going to pay for it? We assembled our panel. Jeannie Shanzano is here, of course, Bloomberg Politics contributor and Democratic analyst, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Lester Munson, Republican strategist, principal of the international practice at BGR Group. It's great to see you both here. Lester, was that a good enough answer?
Kamala Harris's answer on how she's going to increase revenue, as a Republican, I have to say it's anathema to me. I don't like the class warfare. I don't like the completely misleading statement about billionaires not paying a lower rate than working class folks. I think that's just very irresponsible. I think you can have an intelligent discussion about tax policy. Our system is, in fact, very progressive at the end of the day. So I'm not really sure that answer did it for me at all. I recognize that it may be popular with some folks, but I think that's a weak spot for her, and it doesn't demonstrate a serious approach to public policy questions.
Well, it also assumes, as the interviewer is implying here, Bill Whitaker is suggesting, you got to pass this in Congress, Jeannie. Does this stand a chance, and did Kamala Harris need a better answer?
Yes, she did, certainly. And kudos, by the way, to Bill Whitaker for following up, for fact checking. Only wish that Donald Trump had taken the occasion to speak as well. And I think, by the way, he would have benefited from that. But on Kamala Harris's answer, it is not satisfying. First of all, can anybody explain to me what she means by why is she talking quietly to people in Congress about things that their constituents like? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. If it's popular with their constituents, certainly they're going out on the stump and talking about it. So the answer didn't make any sense. And as you were just talking with Nathan about, we have 3 branches of government. All funding comes through Congress. They would have to be there to make any changes to the tax code if she does want to tax the rich in a more concerted way. We still don't know on either Trump or Harris's side how any of these plans that they're putting forward add up. And it is deeply distressing, particularly because the deficit is presumably, if these went into practice, which is a long shot, going to go so high, and nobody seems to be carrying on the campaign trail about that reality. So distressing for anybody who cares about what our funding is going to look like, no matter which of these folks gets elected.
Well, this is kind of an every 4-year experience. 60 Minutes, the highest rated news program on television. Lester, should Donald Trump have shown up to answer to his own plans?
Yeah, I think he should have. I agree with Jeannie. He could use with some fact checking. He needs to have his actual policy ideas vetted before the American people, and he's losing this argument that it's Kamala Harris who won't subject herself to interviews. Now it's Donald Trump who won't subject himself. He was trying to make hay of that, a month ago. He can't really do that anymore. He's the one pulling out of these events. Frankly, I think he should say I'm ready for another debate with the vice president, because this thing is so close, so neck and neck, particularly in the key swing states, that I think both candidates ought to be incentivized to try and get their messages out. Even if their messages are imperfect, they need to withstand scrutiny. Voters need to be able to grab a hold of them and try to wrestle this to the ground and decide who they're in favor of, because this thing could still go either way.
Well, how are you going to pay for it was one moment last night. The other one for me, or one of the other ones for me, Jeannie, was about the gun, the Glock. Now, we've heard Kamala Harris talk about this. She raised some eyebrows in the debate, saying that she owns a gun. She went further in the Oprah interview to say that if somebody breaks into her house, she's going to get shot. Now we're drilling down on the make and model. Here's Kamala Harris being asked about the gun.
I have a Glock, and I've had it for quite some time. And I mean, look, Bill, my background is in law enforcement. And so there you go.
Have you ever fired it?
Yes. Of course I have. At a shooting range. Yes, of course I have.
All right, so Jeannie, we're getting a couple of things done here, it seems to me. It sounds like a campaign that's trying to diffuse the Second Amendment issue, but also, that was an interesting part of the answer. I have a background in law enforcement. They want people to look at Kamala Harris a little bit differently, or at least through that lens of being a prosecutor, somebody who knows how to handle a weapon. But we, of course, know how progressive Democrats feel about gun violence. Is this a smart path for her to take?
The campaign feels that she needs to reach to the middle. And so they've consistently had her doing this. I know when she said it on Oprah, people were surprised. Some people thought maybe it was a mistake. It was clearly by design. And she continues to talk about it. It is something that many people in the middle feel that there is a right to own guns. And if you do so in a legal way, they want to know that their leaders, too, are supportive of the Second Amendment. So she's reaching to the middle. I don't think it costs her on the left, because either they stay home or they go with the third party, but I don't think this is going to do it. It is interesting, though, that she keeps raising it, because it does play into this prosecution issue. She sort of wants to forget sometimes that she's VP. They sort of gloss over that. They did it at the convention. They've done it elsewhere. They want to focus on her as somebody who is a law and order candidate. prosecutor all the way. And so this helps her do that. So it does serve a few, sort of things that she wants to see happen in this campaign. And so we're going to keep hearing about it.
It's funny. I remember a couple of years ago, Donald Trump as a candidate talking about his license to carry a pistol. I don't know if he's packing heat underneath that suit very often, Lester, but did this sound authentic to you?
Not really. And I think she kind of gave herself a huge opening here. The Glock, I think, is made in Europe. If I were the Trump campaign, I'd be asking, why don't you have an American-made weapon like a Smith & Wesson? So she may be doing a nice little flip-flop on the law enforcement issue here, but she might be leaving herself open to a protectionist issue and an America First issue. And, what gun owner doesn't love American-made pistols? She may have made a mistake here.
What do you think, Jeannie? Does she need to buy American? This campaign's not over yet.
This campaign isn't over yet. I think it's a great point. Maybe the Trump campaign will take Lester up on that. Or she's going to be, talking about it in the context of free and fair trade, and she will buy where she gets the best gun and the best deal. I don't know. I didn't even know
Joe, she might as well have admitted she drives a BMW, for crying out loud.
Oh, jeez. From San Francisco, by
that,
the way,
Lester?
all the way to Washington. Listen, Lester likes his guns American, Jeannie, and I suspect that somebody else feels that way. You listen to that. So we go to Howard Stern next. We go to The View. Jeannie, what do you make of this? Is just the first of 4 stops she's doing in this 48-hour period. What's next?
I think we're going to see her continue with this media tour. She should do local. She should do town halls. I think the Univision is critical. I think she does a good job on The View of talking about or introducing a new policy. We've got about 100 million people in the United States who are trying to care for elderly people without support. So that does make sense. But I think her tying herself too closely to Joe Biden in that same interview is a bit of a miss. So I think it's been a little bit of a mixed message, but she's getting some things right, and she does need to distinguish herself from Joe Biden.
She's talking to Howard Stern next hour, Lester, a couple clicks down the satellite radio dial from where we are right now. He's going to get her to say something about Donald Trump that she might not want to say, right? How's this going to go?
Yeah, I don't know if going on the Howard Stern show is a great idea. He's a wild animal, and she could end up talking about topics she really doesn't want to address. But she's been willing to take risks here. She did a podcast that's pretty risque normally, so she's clearly trying to go for some of these audiences that are a little bit outside the mainstream. Howard Stern certainly has a huge audience as far as these things go, but. And I do think, generally speaking, good for her for getting out there and doing these interviews, even the ones that may be a little sketchy, much better than trying to play this very conservative game where she's just hoping people don't notice that she doesn't have great answers to some of these questions. Much better to get out there and give people a reason to vote for her instead of just against the other person.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll have a little treat for you next hour. We're going to have a snippet of her conversation from The View, and we're going to be watching, of course, and listening to hear what comes about in this Howard Stern interview. In the meantime, here on Sirius XM Channel 121, we are Bloomberg and the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Stay with us as we invite our global television audience to the conversation for our second hour. Jeannie Shanzano and Lester Munson will stay with us as we turn our eye back to the storm approaching Florida as we speak. This is Bloomberg.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
They're calling it a once-in-a-century storm. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as Hurricane Milton bears down on Florida, posing what could be the first direct hit on the Tampa Bay area since 1921. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. The timing here is awful, Kaylee. 12 days after Helene, this storm bringing huge challenges to emergency responders and new complications to the presidential campaigns.
Well, absolutely, although the political considerations here are certainly secondary to the attempts to preserve life in Florida. As there have been warnings by officials in Tampa that those who do not evacuate the zones that could be most adversely effective could die. It's not just the wind we are considering here, as this storm has been downgraded. It's now a Category 4, still talking winds north of 100 miles per hour, but it's the water and the wall of water that could flood the Tampa Bay area.
Yep, that's right. The mayor of Tampa saying on CNN those very words last night. Pretty stark to hear a public official talking that way. Either leave or lose your life. And that is what we're talking about here with what is now a Category 4 storm. It was 5 at this time yesterday, Kaylee. And the storm track, that black swan that emergency officials in Florida have talked about, would bring this storm from Tampa straight across the state, across Orlando into the East Coast. So the evacuation zones are massive right now.
And we're going to have more on the latest on the evacuation effort and what exactly Florida is bracing for with Congresswoman Kathy Castor in just a minute. She is the Democrat representing Florida's 14th district, so the area that could face the direct hit here. So we'll have more on that in just a few minutes. Let's begin, though, with a check on the markets. As always, Charlie Pellet, how we looking from New York?
Right now we are higher across the board. A lot of green on the screen, Kaylee, with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Looking at a 43-point advance right now on the S&P. We're at 57.39, up now by about 0.8%. The Dow up 65, up by 0.1%. NASDAQ, the composite index, higher by 209 now, up by 1.2%. 10-year 4.02% with a 2-year 3.96%. Spot gold down 1.3%, 26.07 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude now down 5.5%, 72.87 for a barrel of WTI. Google working with utilities in the U.S. and other countries to assess nuclear power as a possible energy source for its data centers, underscoring surging interest in using atomic energy to feed the AI boom. Microsoft, you recall, recently agreed to buy power from the shuttered 3 Mile Island nuclear plant in Pennsylvania, owned by Constellation Energy. Right now we got Constellation shares down 0.3%. Alphabet, parent of Google, it is up 0.4%. I mentioned Microsoft up 1%, Amazon up by 0.6%. Again, recapping, U.S. stocks are advancing. S&P right now up 42, a gain there of 0.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much with the view from New York. Meantime, here in Washington, President Biden is going to stay put for the coming days. Remember, he was set to travel later this week to Germany and then Africa. Now has postponed that trip because of the hurricane that is barreling toward Florida. Hurricane Milton, potentially another massive natural disaster that could hit this country less than 2 weeks after Hurricane Helene wreaked havoc on the Southeast. We did hear from the president at the White House earlier today talking about how this could be the worst storm in over a century and urging, Joe, people to evacuate now.
Yeah, it's really something when you see the images of clogged highways, including breakdown lanes, people trying to get out. Of course, there are always going to be the few who decide to stay because this is part of life, largely in Florida, this kind of severe weather. But this is an historic storm. Category 4 is what we have been talking about here, and of course, something that could last days in Florida. Claire Ballantyne is covering this for us at Bloomberg in New York to get a sense. Before we talk to the Congresswoman about the preparations for this storm, I want to get a sense of the track, the wind speeds, and the promise for destruction here. Claire, thank you for joining us. We're looking at roughly a Thursday evening into Friday arrival here along the Gulf Coast. What are you expecting?
Yeah, at least so far, it's looking pretty dire for a lot of the people who are living in Tampa and St. Pete in that region. It's the first direct hit from a hurricane in a century, and so residents and businesses there, they were just picking up the pieces from Helene. You know, some people had lost their homes, and now they're facing it all again. You know, less than 2 weeks later. So it's a pretty dire situation there, and we're seeing a huge evacuation as people sort of prepare for the storm to come.
Well, and it's one thing if people can get out. It's also the question of what they will return to if this storm is as bad as feared. What is insurance coverage like in this area, Claire? Are these people who are likely to be able to rebuild after the storm, what has been destroyed?
Yeah, the insurance question has been a huge one for Florida, which is facing all of these storms. And so, you know, many of these people will have insurance. You know, will that cover all of the destruction is a huge question. And then, of course, you know, in these sorts of storms, the people that are most vulnerable are the ones that get hit the worst. You know, people who maybe don't have insurance or don't have enough insurance. So you're seeing a huge disruption, you know, to daily life and also to people's future financial states as, you know, the danger from this hurricane just intensifies.
We're looking for landfall Wednesday night into Thursday morning, I believe. Kaylee, just to correct myself there, but I'll tell you, Claire, we're talking about a 1-2 punch here 12 days after Hurricane Helene. What does this mean for insurance companies when they have to delineate damage in the same area that's from two different storms?
Yeah, that's going to be really difficult, I think, for insurance companies. Right now, it's just a whole mess. You know, I think that's going to be in the weeks to come. We'll see people file claims and just sort of try to rebuild their lives from that. It's not going to be easy, though, and a lot of this takes so long to figure out. Many of these people are going to need immediate relief. Lots of people are evacuating, maybe not having anything to come home to. So I think for both from a business standpoint and from a personal standpoint, it's pretty catastrophic.
Well, and when we consider the personal financial toll this is taking on people and what resources will be available to them, Claire, there has been a lot of misinformation about the resources FEMA provides, suggestions that it's capped at $750 when really that is just for the most immediate needs when responding to an emergency, lesser so for the longer term needs. Just what resources are actually available to people who may not be able to fund what is needed to get through this crisis on their own?
There's a lot of concerns about that, I think, and especially as people head to shelters, I think sort of the priority, first off, is getting people out of there, getting people to shelters, and then they have the chance to look for aid from different organizations and FEMA resources. There is a lot of misinformation out there, so I think that just sort of it really makes it important for people to think about where they're getting the news from and to, you know, not fall victim to scams and just to be really cognizant of that. But I think, you know, a lot of this is a question for, you know, the weeks to come. Right now, most people, I think, are just focused on, you know, getting out of there safely.
All right, Bloomberg's Claire Ballantyne reporting on this. Thank you so much. And Joe, when we consider the cost that this could inflict on those in this region, both in the immediate term and in the longer term, it does raise into question. This is the kind of disaster we hear Kamala Harris talking about specifically when it comes to notions of price gouging.
Sure.
Suggestions that companies could hike the price of water or whatever, canned goods, things that are necessary in an emergency situation. We're even talking about it today in terms of airlines and flights.
That's true.
Trying to leave affected areas before it's too late. It brings all of those issues to the fore.
We had a smart conversation earlier about the way misinformation and disinformation have become the new gouging in the time of a natural disaster as well. What we're seeing in Western North Carolina, for instance, on social media, that is causing some folks to even block FEMA representatives from accessing some neighborhoods is part of the story that they're trying to prevent right now in Florida. But it's pretty difficult to hide from all this stuff in such a noisy time right now in a campaign with social media driving the conversation.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. So to get a real read on what is happening on the ground and what needs to happen in the evacuation zone, we turn now to the Democratic Congresswoman representing Florida's 14th congressional district, of course, in the direct line of this storm. Congresswoman Kathy Castor is with us now here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thank you for joining us, Congresswoman. I'm sure this is a harrowing time. We hope you have found yourself to safety. What is your degree of concern about residents in your district who may be remaining and what they are about to face in this storm?
This is an epic catastrophe. I mean, Hurricane Helene was less than 2 weeks ago, and thousands of my neighbors have debris, their lives out on the street. I was home shortly after the Congress finished and out Saturday morning after Helene hit, and folks are in shock. They cannot believe the size of that storm surge from a storm that was 100 miles off the coast of Tampa Bay, and now this double whammy that has poses a triple threat with surge, rainfall, and wind at the same time. Folks are they're very scared, and they're heeding the evacuations, but there are still some people, I've heard from them even this morning, who think, okay, well, I'm going to go to the second floor and ride this out, even though I'm in an evacuation zone. And they need to take stock of their lives, because that is a dangerous situation. And the local authorities have already explained they're not going to be able to save them. Remember, after when Helene surged in, there were many water rescues. They're not going to be able to do it if there is a surge that is higher this time. So folks have got to get out. And if you hear my voice right now and you're in that evacuation area, you need to leave now. There's a rapidly closing window for you to take care of yourself.
Well, Congresswoman, we should mention for our viewers and listeners that you represent the 14th District of Florida, which is Tampa, St. Petersburg, Hillsborough County. These are the areas that are apparently going to be right in the path of this storm. We heard from the mayor of Tampa on CNN last evening, who also has the name Castor, no relation, who said point blank, if people do not leave the evacuation areas tonight, they will die. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This is an unprecedented storm, and with the hotter temperatures, record temperatures in the Gulf of Mexico, that is like jet fuel for these storms. That's why it intensified so rapidly. I led the Climate Crisis Committee in the Congress for 4 years, where we examined the costs and the risks and developed an action plan. And many of those recommendations were included in the infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act. What wasn't able to be included was a lot of the resiliency, because so many of these neighborhoods were built in the 1960s and 70s. A lot of the critical infrastructure back then, it was never planned for these type of intense storms and disasters. So folks need to understand that this is unprecedented, and they need to get out of harm's way immediately.
Well, for those who have already fled and are wondering what they will return to, what resources they will need available to them, it does raise the question here of the state and the federal response. Is anything needed currently to help facilitate the evacuation effort? Are you concerned at all about resources being available in the storm's aftermath? How has both the Florida government under Ron DeSantis and the federal government reacted so far in the aftermath of Helene and in bracing for this?
I've seen incredible cooperation between our local authorities, the cities and the counties and the state, and the federal partners, especially FEMA. They have been on the ground. FEMA Administrator Dan Criswell was here yesterday. I met with her. She met with Mayor Jane Castor of Tampa, Mayor Ken Welch of St. Petersburg. FEMA has sufficient funds to respond to this emergency, to this, all of the response. The Coast Guard is ready for search and rescue. You see the National Hurricane Center and Weather Service doing their job. What is going to be critical, though, and what is left out when President Biden, Vice President Harris requested in the last continuing resolution that passed the Congress a couple weeks ago, they asked for additional funds for long-term disaster funding to help us rebuild our communities and that critical infrastructure. That has got to be a bipartisan priority going forward. And it's not just this impending catastrophe in Florida, it's also the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore. It's the communities that have been wiped by wildfires. The climate crisis isn't just about the weather, it's about your wallet in this day and age. And the feds are going to be there, but we've got to think about building back in a much more resilient way to guard taxpayer dollars.
How's your governor doing down there, Congresswoman? A lot of reporting yesterday that he refused to take a phone call from Vice President Kamala Harris. He later said that he wasn't aware she tried to reach him. Are politics creeping in here? What would they have to talk about anyway?
You know, Governor DeSantis is really going to need a President Harris if she's elected for the rebuilding effort. I'm here, what our economic engines in the Tampa Bay area, MacDill Air Force Base, that's home to Special Operations Command and Central Command. Our Coast Guard station, you know, they're doing their search and rescue, but our Coast Guard air station flooded. It had catfish there in the hangar. Same with the Coast Guard station in St. Pete, Port Tampa Bay. When Helene washed through, it wiped out all of our channel markers and buoys that where ships can safely come in and out. Now, they were fortunate to they scrambled to get right back out there, but these are the kind of investments that we're going to have to work together on. I don't care if you have a D or an R by your name. So it sure wouldn't hurt the governor to take the vice president's call, just knowing that the chances are she may be president.
Well, and of course, voters have a decision to make on that front, Congresswoman, if they are able to vote at all. This is a concern we also had in the aftermath of Helene, especially in areas of Western North Carolina where actual transit infrastructure has been completely destroyed by that storm. Obviously, we have more immediate humanitarian considerations here first, but we're 4 weeks out until Election Day. Are you worried that it may be disruptive to the actual electoral process when it's not just presidential and congressional people on the ballot, but also ballot initiatives like in Florida abortion?
Yes, and after Hurricane Ian, Hurricane Irma, there were additional flexibilities granted to local communities and supervisors of elections. They're clearly going to have to do that here. The vote by mail ballots arrived in most mailboxes here in Hillsborough County on Saturday. So think about that. So thousands of people had been washed out of their homes. And now with this storm, so where are those ballots? And will they have additional flexibility to get a replacement ballot, to go vote early in a safe and secure location? And these are things that it's not my top tier issue today, but it sure will be in the coming weeks.
Well, it's great to have you with us, Congresswoman. I hope that you are somewhere safe and that your family is as well. We'd love to keep tabs with you and stay in touch as this storm approaches. But thank you for making time for us today. Congresswoman Kathy Castor, Democrat from Florida's 14th District. The language that we're hearing from Florida, Kaylee, is really something. Public officials, of course, are in the business of warning people when they're in danger. But to leave or die is quite the decision that's facing Floridians right now.
Yeah, and at this point with the storm, 30 hours away potentially from making landfall. As we heard from the Congresswoman, the window to do so is closing and closing quickly.
That's for sure. We'll assemble our political panel next. Jeannie Shanzano is with us today alongside Lester Munson as we also follow Vice President Kamala Harris on her media tour in New York. Looks like 2 shows down, The View, Howard Stern, Stephen Colbert on the way next. We'll talk about the impact it could have on the campaign.
Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average swinging between gains and losses. Last update, we had the Dow higher. Right now, it is down by 1 point, little changed. S&P up 36, gain there of 0.6%. NASDAQ holding on to a gain of 180 points, up now by just about 1% on the NASDAQ Composite Index. The NASDAQ 100 Index also higher by 1%, while the Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares up by 0.1%. 10-year 4.03%, the 2-year 3.96%. Spot gold down 1%, 26.16 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude now lower by 4%, 74.07 a barrel. Investors in catastrophe bonds are girding themselves for substantial losses as the combined destructive force of Hurricanes Helene and Milton looks set to trigger financial payment clauses on a scale not seen in years. Again, recapping here, we do have the U.S. stocks. They are trading mixed right now. 4-point drop on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. S&P higher by 0.6%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Charlie, of course, joining us from New York, where Kamala Harris is spending some time today after the interview. Her sit-down with 60 Minutes aired last night. We've already seen her today on The View on ABC, just heard her on the Howard Stern Show on radio. She still has The Late Show coming up. And as we keep track of the headlines that are being generated from these interviews, there's one in particular making the rounds in Trump and Republican circles. It has to do with this administration and any differentiation between her and President Biden. Here was the exchange on The View.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Yeah.
The work that we have done, for example, capping the cost of insulin at $35 a month for our seniors is something I care deeply about.
So nothing. Let's assemble our political panel. Jeannie Shanzano is with us. Of course, Democratic analyst, Bloomberg politics contributor, political science professor at Iona University. Joined today by Lester Munson, Republican strategist from BGR Group. Great to see you both. Welcome back here in hour 2 of Balance of Power. Jeannie, surely she was rehearsed to answer that question. Was that the way to handle it?
No, I don't think so. You know, it's interesting. You know, Kaylee mentioned this was making the rounds in the Republican circles, Trump's campaign a few days ago when Joe Biden made his first foray into the press room at the White House. He said something very similar, and I've never seen a campaign make a commercial as fast as Donald Trump's campaign did. These are not the messages that the Harris campaign wants to be sending out, especially since today on this issue of change, she got some really good news. The New York Times Siena poll said she's closed the gap on change, that many Americans, many more than before with Joe Biden, see her as the candidate of change. She's made that now within the margin of error. So I think this was a misstep on The View. I think it was a misstep by Joe Biden in the press room the other day. She's got to differentiate herself from Joe Biden because change and forward-looking is what wins campaigns, not backward-looking, especially when so many people are not happy with the direction the country is taking right now.
Just to emphasize those numbers you're referring to, Jeannie, in this New York Times Siena poll, which was conducted September 29th to October 6th, when asked who represents change, 46% said Kamala Harris, 44% said Donald Trump. So as we consider the changes potentially voters do want to see between this administration and the next one, Lester, I'm trying to think how we might see this ad in particular showing up, or how this phrase in particular may be showing up in campaign ads. Words are difficult today. Lester, is this going to be images of people coming over the border, statistics on illegal migration, then Kamala Harris saying that she wouldn't have done anything differently? Is it going to be statistics around the economy? Same message? Or on the left, could it be what's happened in Israel and Gaza over the course of the last year and one day now, as we marked 1 year since October 7th yesterday, that gets her in trouble with progressives?
Look, I have a rare disagreement with Jeannie here. I think this was the only option Kamala Harris had. Joe Biden's out there saying, President Biden's out there saying, she and I agreed on everything. She was involved in all the decisions. She can't really go out in public the next day and say the president is wrong. And she is tied to him. She's the vice president. She was there for 3.5 years. She owns all of these things, whether she admits it or not. I think better for her to say, yes, I was there for all of those decisions. I believe they were the right ones. That doesn't mean we're not going to have change going forward. And here are the places where I think we need to pivot to a new approach. And maybe it's the border and parts of the economy. And if she wants to kind of go into that minefield, the Middle East. So I just think it's a smarter in the long run for her to say, yes, I am with the president on these things, come hell or high water, because I'm going to be with him anyway. So I'm going to defend that and then pivot to these other new opportunities. Yes, it leaves her a little open to the attack from Trump, but to divorce herself from Biden would open her, I think, to a much bigger attack of being, mendacious and disloyal and having no anchor whatsoever.
Really interesting. I want to ask you a little bit more about this New York Times Siena poll. You've got a national number that we looked at. You've got a Texas number. Not a big shock, Donald Trump leading by 6 points there. But then there's Florida, guys. I don't know what you make of this. A staggering 13-point lead for Donald Trump, 55% to 41% in Florida, the state that is bracing for the storm right now. And it's an interesting bit of analysis from Nate Cohn in the New York Times, who says this is not an outlier, Jeannie, that the demographics essentially of Florida have changed post-pandemic. How do you see this as a polling expert?
Yeah, I don't think we know yet. And it was very interesting to read Nate Cohen's piece where he said, I'm not going to say this is an outlier as he has done in the past, because, of course, this is not in line with the rest of the polling that we have seen come out of Florida. That said, I think this number does suggest and continues to suggest in the other polls we've seen that Florida is going to look more like 2022 than 2020. I think that's for sure. I think Donald Trump, it's his home state. He is popular there. I think he wins the state. I'm not so sure he does that in a 13 percentage point victory. So there's that. I would also just, add about the New York Times Siena, very curiously, why didn't we see the Senate numbers from Florida and Texas when they released these? That has been the practice for the Times. They did not do that this time, which leads some of us to speculate, and it's pure speculation, that maybe those two are looking quite different than some of the other polling. So it's going to be interesting to see when those important races come out.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned those Senate races, Jeannie, because those are the kind of incumbent Republicans that we're seeing that could be, it might be a stretch. I know you don't think so in Texas, potential pickup opportunities for Democrats. But when we consider Florida specifically and the incumbent Senator Rick Scott, who, of course, was governor, I was having a conversation with a few people this morning about how his experience as governor, his handling historically of natural disasters could benefit him here as Hurricane Milton barrels toward Florida. I would remind everyone that Senator Scott did show up and meet with Joe Biden when he traveled to Florida last week. Lester, is this storm something that actually could work to his benefit, whatever humanitarian cost it may come at?
Yeah, I mean, these storms are always, in addition to, of course, the vastly more important human tragedy of folks who may lose their lives or their livelihoods or their property and whatnot, there's a political aspect to all of these storms. I'm from Chicago, where we had a mayor, Michael Bilandic, who lost re-election because he didn't plow the streets very well after snowstorms. So you think about Hurricane Katrina during the Bush administration. President Bush's reputation was impacted by what people saw as his response to that crisis. So these things are always political. We should expect our politicians to position themselves to look like responsible stewards of the government resources that are going to be needed. And it's the incumbent government. It's the party in the White House who is actually more vulnerable here. Will the FEMA response be deemed as adequate? Are there real issues in delivering aid on the ground? What should we make of some of these kind of crazy misinformation campaigns? I think Scott, if he's true to his kind of chief executive roots as governor, does have a real opportunity to kind of demonstrate some leadership here, whether it's working with the administration or challenging the administration to do a little bit better.
You go to the FEMA homepage, Jeannie, and you see the first entry on Hurricane Milton, and then there's something called Hurricane Helene rumor response. They've had to put up a whole section of the website to knock down some of the misinformation that's been put out there on social media, including some things that have been suggested by Donald Trump on the stump, like you lose your house, you get a $750 check, and that's the end of it. What does that tell us about where we are, that FEMA has to have somebody put this on the website?
Yeah, I mean, it is utterly stunning. There was a time when a disaster like this, people are really seriously impacted. We've had 250 dead or more by Helene, and now we have Milton coming. And the idea that politics would be played like this is, you know, still stunning to me. And the fact is, you had the governor of Florida refusing to take phone calls from the sitting vice president and then bragging about it on TV. You've had Donald Trump out there with a misinformation campaign. And the reality is a scary reality. You talk about FEMA. They're saying now only 9% of their workers are available to respond to these disasters. That's a huge decrease from where we were. And I was so glad you had the Congresswoman on and talking about the economics of climate change, because it is here to stay. And all of us, Republicans and Democrats, have to address that. And that begins, of course, in Congress. So a lot of important conversations to be had, not this misinformation that we're hearing.
On the subject of Congress, Lester, we heard from the Speaker of the House in the aftermath of Helene that the resources were there for FEMA. There was no need to call Congress back for a special session before the election to address supplemental funding. Does Hurricane Milton change that calculus?
Well, it certainly could. And it sounds like this is going to be an epic storm for the ages. And if it does play out that way, then I don't see why Congress wouldn't be able to come back, even though it is a very important election cycle, come back and do what's necessary to make sure the people of Florida and whoever else may be impacted by this storm get the resources they need. And as we know, FEMA is pulled in a bunch of different directions by recent storms and some other issues. And so it is Congress's responsibility. If they're going to need more resources, we're going to need you guys to come back and vote for it.
All right, Lester Munson of BGR Group and Jeannie Shan Zaino of the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress and Bloomberg Politics contributor, our political panel today. Thank you so much. As we consider landfall that could be made late tomorrow, the back half of this week, Joe, clearly going to be dominated by the storm and its potential aftermath. And as we've mentioned, Joe Biden was set to travel internationally leaving Thursday. He has now canceled that trip to be here to respond to the storm.
Both Senator Marco Rubio, Congressman Jared Moskowitz, both describing this was the black swan event that they had been presented with by FEMA officials. And here it is happening before our eyes. We'll have a lot more ahead on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the green right now. The Dow has been fluctuating between gains and losses, but right now we've got the Dow up 11, a gain of just under 0.1%. S&P higher right now by 37, a gain of 0.7%. The NASDAQ Composite Index surging 191 points. Techs are rallying up 1.1%. NASDAQ 100 Index also up by 1.1%. 10-year, 4.02%, holding above 4%. We've got the 2-year, 3.96%. Gold now down 1.1%, down $28 the ounce to $26.14, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil is down 3.9%, $74.11 right now for a barrel of WTI. Honeywell International plans to spin off its advanced materials division as the industrial conglomerate looks to streamline its holdings. Honeywell shares, they are gaining today. Honeywell right now up by 1.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington once again. Your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, we thank you, sir. Watching Wall Street for us every day here on the fastest show in politics. Yeah, this is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio as we welcome our global television and radio audiences to this daily conversation about politics live from Washington. And today it's taking on a bit of a new form as Kamala Harris leaves the bubble and the vice president conducts the start of a massive media blitz. 60 Minutes last night, Kaylee. Today, as we've been telling everyone, it was The View. Made a little bit of news there. Howard Stern, she's talking to you right now, just down the dial from channel 121 here on Sirius XM, where we broadcast every day on Bloomberg. And then it'll be Colbert tonight, a town hall on Univision Thursday. Will the Republican campaign be able to still criticize her for not doing interviews?
Well, I guess that's the question, considering she did do 60 Minutes, which aired last night. Donald Trump did not.
Yeah.
This thing may go both ways. But as you allude to her appearance on The View, of course, we played you earlier this hour the clip of her being asked if she would do anything differently than Joe Biden. She said nothing comes to mind. She then did come back, though, to that kind of question. She said, and this is a quote, "You asked me what's the difference between Joe Biden and me. That will be one of many differences. I'm going to have a Republican in my cabinet because I don't feel burdened by letting pride get in the way of a good idea." Unclear if that pride is Joe Biden's or just this general idea of not putting someone from the opposing party in your cabinet. What we do know, though, based on an exclusive interview with Bloomberg earlier today, is that Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan, might like that idea. This is part of what he told Arlisa Abramowitz.
It's about growing the economy. It's not about putting business people there. I think we should insult each other as citizens, try to understand each other. And I think it'd be great if the next president, they really want to, what's that word they say, unify, put someone from the other party in your cabinet.
All right, so Jamie Dimon might like this idea. Let's see if Kevin Walling likes it, Joe. He's joining us here.
He does.
In our Washington, D.C. studio. He, of course, is a Democratic strategist. So we've heard from her on The View. We've heard from part of her interview with Howard Stern. We saw her on 60 Minutes last night, Kevin. By and large, for someone who has not been doing that much media up to this point, how's the blitz going?
Well, even the campaign, to your point, is calling it this media blitz, previewing it among her campaign spokespeople. I think it's great. It's perfectly timed. We saw kind of a similar strategy with Donald Trump over the summer where his numbers were up before Joe Biden dropped out of the race. Again, the key factor is this 5 to 10% of folks that are undecided or are thinking that they may change their vote. So much of this focus is on this Trump, obviously Harris dynamic in terms of who folks are going to pull for. I think that the more important factor is that 5 to 10%, where it's not a matter of choosing between the two of them. It's a matter between choosing to vote at all or just stay on the couch. And I think appealing to these wider audiences as part of this blitz, as you call it, and the campaign calls it, is a smart strategy.
This began, again, with an interview on 60 Minutes, which, by the way, she could have been sharing with Donald Trump, and he chose not to take part. Scott Pelley was pretty deliberate about explaining how that all worked out. But an interesting moment here, and I wonder if this kind of leads us into the other interviews this week, because it strikes me that we're not talking about policy here. We're talking about personality. These are interviews that tell us more about who she is than maybe what she's proposing. Interesting moment last night as they were discussing the Second Amendment and her evolution here in the public, talking about, I own a gun in the debate. If you break into my house, you're going to get shot in the Oprah interview. And then last night, we actually got down to the make and model of the weapon. Here's Kamala Harris on 60 Minutes.
I have a Glock, and I've had it for quite some time. And I mean, look, Bill, my background is in law enforcement. And so there you go.
Have you ever fired it?
Yes. Of course I have. At a shooting range. Yes, of course I have.
I have a Glock? Who are we talking to here? Is this an effort to make her appear like less of a threat that some Democrats might pose to the Second Amendment? Or are we trying to reinforce the law enforcement bona fides, knowing that a lot of progressives have a real allergy to gun violence?
Yeah, Joe, it's a good question. You know, we were all out in Chicago for the convention. So much of her bio emphasis was on her record with criminal justice, right? Being that attorney general, being that border state AG, taking on transnational gangs. That was in every bio video. That's right. And things like that. Because, again, I think women in general, and I work with a bunch of women candidates, have a higher bar in a lot of people's estimations in terms of an executive role, right? Are they tough enough to take on some of those challenges? And I think the dynamic that you're seeing from the vice president is an emphasis on some of those kind of taking on those character questions when it comes to a lot of undecided men in this country in terms of the matchup between Donald Trump and the vice president. She's shoring up those folks on Howard Stern today. Last week with the podcast with the two former NBA players, right? Especially appealing to largely to young black men, right? A key component of her tent.
Well, and Call Her Daddy, potentially reaching out to young women, the Alex Cooper podcast she did over the weekend. Is there still something she needs to tap into, an interview or a place where she could get that audience she needs that she is not going? Because as Joe alluded to earlier, there might still be some criticism that she's going to friendlier outlets, people who are throwing her softball questions are more sympathetic to her cause.
Yeah, I mean, I think that argument goes out the window now with that 60 Minutes. That's one of the toughest interviews that we've seen going back generations of both sides of the nominees showing up for that interview. Obviously something Joe mentioned with Scott Pelley condemning Donald Trump's pull out of that. So I think that goes out the window. I think later in this week, as Joe alluded to, we're going to have that Univision town hall. Obviously, Hispanics are a key concern and focus, especially in key states like Arizona and Nevada, still for this campaign. But again, I think it's a matter of reaching as many people, and that key factor is at 5 and 10%, not deciding between Trump and Harris necessarily, but deciding whether to actually show up and vote. And she's got to go outside these bubbles. They're not watching us, sadly, most likely. They're not watching CNN. They're not watching MSNBC or Fox. These are folks that are outside of that mainstream where the conversation is happening.
Yeah, well, not that Donald Trump is a stranger to speaking with friendly interviewers. He has typically gravitated toward right-leaning programs and right-leaning interviewers. Is back on Hugh Hewitt yesterday talking about whether it would be possible to turn Gaza into another Monaco, for instance. Both campaigns have decided to largely eschew the sort of traditional hard-hitting journalist interview. Is that smart politics?
I think it's a reflection of where the changing dynamics are with regards to the media landscape. To your point, Donald Trump, the 27 of the last 30 media appearances have been before conservative.
Listen to you with the numbers.
Audiences. He's doing Ben Shapiro for the first time.
That's right.
Today as well, that the Trump campaign just previewed. I think it's a matter of going where eyeballs and ears are, and the shifting dynamics of the media landscape more than anything.
Well, as we consider the media landscape and what people are consuming, it isn't just news broadcasts and interviews. They are seeing things in between those actual produced segments. They're seeing ads. So at this point in the cycle, is it the interviews, the new information that may be gleaned from them that actually make a difference, or is it just the flooding of the airwaves with the same messages we're seeing over and over and over? 4 weeks out, what actually matters here?
I think what actually matters, to your question, it's a really good one, is just content is everything, right? The matter for this campaign to get out, both campaigns, to feed that beast, which is content, right? The 30-second spots on TikTok, we're all on our phones watching Instagram videos, to flood the zone, which, a lot of these long-form interviews, to your point earlier, it was a 40-minute conversation with that podcaster in terms of call me, what is it?
Call Her Daddy.
Call her, yeah. See, I'm like this. I'm already like
probably more my demographic than yours.
But those clips were broken up, right? In terms of getting that element out there. And that's again, content is critical, and winning the content game, in addition to the paid advertising campaign, which the campaign is just dominating, the Harris campaign is just dominating. You look at $150 million spent since the conventions ended through October 4th. I mean, that's just an onslaught of ads. The Trump campaign would say it's still relatively even despite the spending, so that's maybe a good indication for the Trump campaign. But again, flooding the zone is critically important.
Well, so take us to school for a minute, a little clinic with a media consultant. With this massive, you talk about flooding the zone, this is a big zone. 4 weeks with no debate, there's no other major event left. It's this big thing called October, and it hasn't been very kind on the news front to either campaign. Quite frankly, we're about to witness this massive hurricane slamming into Tampa. Do you just reserve ads across the country and then remove them as needed? Do you focus on the 7 swing states? How do you make the decisions when it comes to the closing arguments like that?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think also, too, as we've seen every cycle, right, more states make early voting more available.
Right, yes.
Back in 2020, we had about an 18% point lead right now in terms of the early vote, in terms of requests and returns. That's at a 25-point differential for Democrats. So that's certainly something that the Harris campaign is looking at. They've also previewed the idea of maybe doing 30-second infomercials in some of these key states as well, because of that funding advantage that the Harris campaign just blowing the doors off.
30 seconds or minutes?
30 minutes, sorry.
No kidding.
30 minutes.
So half-hour ad buys.
Half-hour ad buys in some of these broadcast DMAs. And to your point, the 7 key states, you're not going to see that in the Boston media market or anything like that, but in some of these key states where funding is your dollar goes a little bit farther. Again, we're also bumping up to, from a media consultant perspective, we're also bumping up until the holidays too, right? So not just politics driving the cost of advertising higher, but November, late October, November are very expensive, especially on broadcast in some of these key DMAs.
Kevin just reminded me it's Prime Day. I got some shopping
today.
Potentially to do today and tomorrow.
There's so much I miss.
It's like the holiday season.
It's
starts
already
already.
started.
It's just all.
I'm starting earlier and earlier.
I'm not even. But to your point with early voting, it's also election season. It's no longer just election.
Yes, that's right.
Day. As we consider, to Joe's point about what has happened already in October, what could happen remaining in this October, it's not just natural disasters, it's man-made tragedies as well, including war in the Middle East. Specifically in Michigan, with the news flow that we have gotten, with intensifying infighting rather than cooling off, having just marked 1 year since October 7th, are you worried that the campaign is not paying adequate attention to the potential votes that could be lost on the Democratic side for those who are opposed to her position or this administration's position on supporting Israel, which she said on The View today, there is no issue that she would have tackled differently?
So I'm a Democrat, so I worry about everything, every population, every state, up until, we're notorious for being bedwetters. And I think, to your point, Elise Slotkin has previewed some of those concerns. She's obviously the Democratic candidate running in that state. Most battleground state polls have the vice president up, but it's within the margin of error. But again, to your point, there's a huge issue with Arab American voters that are traditionally in our camp. There's news stories about Korean American voters that were a core element of Joe Biden flipping Georgia for the first time since Bill Clinton. And you're going to see these campaigns. The Harris campaign has touted 330 field offices, 2,400 staff. So many of those folks are dispatched to those communities that are a part of those communities as well, that aren't new to those areas, and lifting up those voices is going to be critically important.
I'm going to throw something at you here with a minute left. It's totally unfair. But there are reports
Gamecocks
of not only
will go all the way in the SEC.
Done. Not only misinformation in Western North Carolina, but laying the groundwork in some cases for claims of fraud. They are voting, as you just mentioned, in some of these states that have been hit by massive tropical storms. What is that going to mean at the beginning of November?
It's going to be more uncertainty, right? The fact that we're now politicizing disaster response is something, a road that we haven't gone down before in this country. You see the Trump campaign recruiting more and more poll-watching volunteers, as opposed to actually field people going out and knocking on doors. They just want people at the polls challenging folks.
So this is another reason to contest results.
This is a huge reason to contest results. Luckily, I think this is not new to both sides, and everyone's going to be lawyered up, certainly. But again, it's a problem because people like certainty, and we likely won't have that on November 5th.
It's great to have you back at the table.
Good to be
Don't
back,
be a stranger.
especially during the midday.
Kevin Walling, yes, with us early, the early edition of Balance of Power, the Democratic strategist, bringing insights to us here, Kaylee, that will continue this conversation at 5 p.m. on the late edition of Balance of Power.
Indeed, we will. There is much more to cover, including, of course, Hurricane Milton barreling toward Florida's west coast. So we'll have more ahead. In the meantime, stay tuned for Bloomberg Business Week, which is straight ahead on Bloomberg TV and radio.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week for this Tuesday, October 8th. I did have to check the calendar because, man, time is flying.
It really is. We're already I'm not going to say halfway through October, but one thing to keep in mind is the presidential election. It's less than a month away. That's kind of my barometer of time right now.
It's pretty amazing. Speaking of that, though, in terms of the equity trade, okay, I didn't have a good segue, sorry. You just mentioned earlier in our tease up to this show that the Mag 7 are back, and we are seeing stocks higher. The NASDAQ 100 really some outperformance there. This amid a wave of Fed commentary. We also had JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon coming out and saying the Fed was right to take its foot off the gas with a 50 basis point cut. We are going to sprinkle through the next 60 minutes and more some of those comments from Lisa Abramowitz interview with the head of JP Morgan.
Yeah, we're going to hear from him on deficits, soft landings, and the reality of higher for longer. Looking forward to some of those interviews. If you want to see the whole thing, just head on over to Bloomberg.com.
But don't go there yet, because we want you to watch us. Also, listen, we are watching what's going on down south. An update we will have for you on what could be another unprecedented storm hitting us here in the United States, particularly those in Florida. And that's just coming, after just wrapping up one other hurricane and still kind of digging its way out. So we're going to get the latest on that in just a moment.
Plus, the surprising consequence of trying to protect American jobs.
And the two billionaires bringing IndyCar racing to the home of the Dallas Cowboys. Yep, they're doing it. We're going to break it down. First up, though, let's get to the trade and a look at some of your top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. Stocks higher across the board with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. We've got NVIDIA extending a 5-day rally to 13%. NVIDIA right now up 3.7%. Tech's leading the way higher. S&P 500 index up 42 right now, up 0.7%. Dow up 59, gain there of 0.1%. NASDAQ up 206 now, up 1.1%. NASDAQ 100 index doing a little bit better, up now by 1.2%. 10-year at 4.02%, with a 2-year 3.96%. Spot gold right now, we do have the precious metal trading lower by $28 the ounce, down 1.1%, 26.14. And West Texas Intermediate crude now lower by 3.8%, 74.22 for a barrel of WTI. Let's talk earnings. We've got PepsiCo trimming its revenue outlook for the year as cash-strapped consumers, boycotts in the Mideast, and a major recall are hitting volumes of its food and beverages, not hurting the stock today. We got PepsiCo up by 1.5%. Rival Coca-Cola unchanged on the day at 69 even. Again, recapping, stocks higher. S&P up 43, up now by about 0.8%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much for the update on the trade. Let's get an update on Hurricane Milton. It is building up a potentially disastrous storm surge as it churns toward Florida's west coast, where flooding and high winds are expected to inflict widespread damage, Tim, and put lives at risk.
President Biden addressing the impending storm earlier today from the White House.
This could be the worst storm to hit Florida in over a century. And God willing, it won't be, but that's what it's looking like right now. I'm calling on the airlines and other companies to provide much service as possible to accommodate evacuations and not to engage in price gouging.
That was President Biden addressing the impending storm earlier today from the White House.
Well, Milton's top winds reached 145 miles per hour, making it a Category 4 hurricane. While its winds have slowed a little bit, it seems the storm's worst devastation will likely come from the wall of water it pushes on shore as it makes landfall overnight Wednesday into Thursday. This is coming from the U.S. National Hurricane Center. And Tim, that was the early advisory this morning, but we know we've seen this storm kind of move fast and change quickly.
Well, she's been following it throughout the duration of it. Lauren Rosenthal is Bloomberg News weather reporter. She's here in our studio. The storm continues to change, Lauren, picking up a lot of momentum and power, settling back a little, still a Category 4. A reminder, though, that intensity of storm doesn't necessarily mean wind speed. Look at what a slow-moving hurricane like Hurricane Katrina 20 years ago did. Give us an update on where it is, where evacuations are, and what people in the area are still trying to do to prepare.
Yeah, we've talked with a lot of folks on the ground in Tampa, and right now they're just trying to get everyone they can out of low-lying areas along the coast. People in mobile homes and manufactured homes are really vulnerable. Even if they don't live in an area that's prone to storm surge and doesn't flood all that much, it won't take a lot of wind to upset their homes and potentially put them in harm's way. we're also seeing the storm go through a lot of changes really fast. Just before I stepped into the studio, we saw that its winds have picked up speed yet again. It's going to keep fluctuating over the next day or so. What's most important is that people listen to the warnings they're getting about evacuating from the state and their local government.
As you say, Lauren, that it can change, and it has changed even before you walked in here.
Yeah.
So the possibility that it could actually diminish somewhat, or are we assuming that no matter what, it's going to be a fair amount of wind, it's going to be a fair amount of rain?
I think that's a safe assumption. Forecasters are really asking people not to pay attention to the category number, if it's a 3 or a 5. At the end of the day, this is going to be a very large storm. Right now, its winds extend out for more than 100 miles from the center. It's going to run right over the tip of Florida. From west to east, we're going to see widespread impacts. So, yeah, it's best that people not get fixated on those numbers.
Where are people supposed to go? I've seen images of long traffic jams, people trying to evacuate these areas. Where are they supposed to go?
It's a really good question. Emergency managers in Florida have been setting up kind of hotel hotlines and advising people to try to head north. A lot of areas are still struggling with impacts from Hurricane Helene, which passed through the southeast less than 2 weeks ago. So not every city can accommodate an influx of visitors looking for a safe place to stay. You really need to check ahead before you leave home.
Tampa, though, hasn't seen a hurricane like this in a long time.
Yeah, that's right. It's been over a century since Tampa had a direct hit. We don't know if that will happen with Milton. There's still a little bit of uncertainty about exactly where it will land, but we know that the storm surge, it could be up to 15 feet. I mean, that's approaching the second story of a home, so pretty substantial.
One thing we think about, too, is the economic impact, not just for insurers and, of course, the devastation. First and foremost, the concern is with people's lives and disruption that storms like this cause. But there's the insurance element, expensive areas, there's the reconstruction element. But Tampa, as you've written, is a hub for business. And I think about, I actually was talking to a friend of mine who has colleagues in that area, and he said, oh yeah, they're all focused on getting out there right now. And I just think to myself, okay, the collective loss of productivity from something like this is just massive.
Yeah, that's why, the government's estimates for loss and damage from a storm tend to be a little conservative. It's direct, crops, agriculture, buildings. Commercial forecasters like AccuWeather take a more expansive view. That's why after Hurricane Helene, their estimates ran up to $250 billion for total damage and productivity lost. I think we're going to see some staggering numbers roll in once Milton clears the area at the end of the week.
But the intensity, right, and the duration of the storm will determine ultimately how much it costs. I am also curious about, we keep talking about what happened in North Carolina, certainly the western part of the state, and the disruption in terms of voting going on in the upcoming election. Possibly the parts of Florida are already impacted and could be by this storm as well.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a challenge. This is it's just a fact that one of the busiest parts of hurricane season also tends to coincide with our voting here in the United States. So Florida officials will definitely have to figure that out.
When is hurricane season over? Didn't we talk about this yesterday? We thought it was
when
like
is
September.
hurricane season over now?
I had a honeymoon in September and wanted to go to the Caribbean. They're like, you're crazy. I did find an island that nobody was on it and went. But nonetheless, I thought September's hurricane season.
Yeah, so hurricane season can last until like late November.
Okay.
And some forecasters have said, it wouldn't be out of the question to see storms erupt later. The seasons are behaving differently than maybe we're accustomed to.
Yeah.
And historically, this is quite a busy period.
What happens when Milton gets past Florida?
Milton's expected to lose some steam. It'll be what we call like a post-tropical storm, so it's going to still be carrying a lot of wind and water, and it's going to push back off into the Atlantic. We will see if it makes another landfall. I think right now the National Hurricane Center is mostly focused on forecasting impacts in Florida.
Okay, so not looking like it's coming up the coast.
We'll have to just keep eyes on it.
I mean, Helene showed us that the forecasts were, didn't mean as much as we thought they would mean.
Yeah, exactly. But, storms, right, they certainly continue to surprise us. Lauren, thank you. So appreciate the update. Lauren Rosenthal, she's Bloomberg News weather reporter. So from tracking the latest hurricane to tracking what happens when China gets hit with tariffs, it's relevant to this year's U.S. presidential race. You know that.
Yeah, it brings us to today's Bloomberg Big Take. It's a story that our editorial team deems is a must-read, also a must-read on the Bloomberg terminal. The story, most read on the Bloomberg terminal, the story takes us to two U.S. towns. They sit on opposite sides of a years-long tariff battle over a mundane product the global economy needs to keep moving. Carol, we're talking about shipping container trailers.
I love these stories, and they're often done by our Sean Donnan because it takes us across the country, tells us a story, helps explain so much. Let's head to our Washington, D.C. Bureau for more. That's where we do find Sean Donnan. He's Bloomberg News senior economics writer. Sean, you take us across America, tell stories, explain our economy. Tell us about Pittsview, Alabama, and Emporia, Virginia, why you are writing about these two areas.
Yeah, thanks so much, Carol. Often when we talk about tariffs, we think about who pays for them, or we get into a debate about whether or not they're good economic policy for a country. And one of the reasons economists actually hate tariffs generally is that they create these kind of messy fights between interest groups oftentimes. And that's really what we set out to kind of look at here. And there is this mundane product. It's incredibly important. It's the thing that carries those shipping containers that are zipping by you on I-95 or other interstates. And those chassis at one point during the pandemic, when we had all that supply chain log jams, they were actually in short supply. There was actually a shortage of them. And part of the reason for that, and a lot of the ports were arguing, was these tariffs that had gone into place that suddenly had stopped the imports of these trailer chassis that were predominantly made in China at the time and by a company called CIMC. And so these tariffs went into place in 2021 after they were lobbied for in 2020 by U.S. producers. And we look at what came next. And really what happened there is that CIMC, this big Chinese company, tried to set up production in the U.S., in California, and in a tiny town, Emporia, Virginia, just near the North Carolina border in the southern part of the state, and wanted to start doing what Donald Trump and other advocates of tariffs would argue they'd like to see foreign investors do, and that is create some factory jobs in the United States. We've also, at the same time, you had in Pittsview, Alabama, an outfit called Pitts Enterprises, which was one of the U.S. companies that had lobbied for these tariffs to go into place on CIMC. It spotted an opportunity in the shortage of trailer chassis at the time and decided it was going to import some from Vietnam. Well, those chassis actually turned out to be largely Chinese. Customs imposed the tariffs on these Pitts Enterprise trailers that Pitts Enterprise had lobbied for in the first place.
Wait a second.
Keep out imports. It's this messy fight. And that's the whole point really here, is that when you get these tariffs in place, you get these messy fights that come out of them. You get these unintended consequences. What I didn't tell you is that CIMC was then hit with its own investigation about its chassis and where they were coming from that shut down production there for more than a year and led to a couple hundred people losing their jobs, U.S. workers losing their jobs. So, it's a messy fight. It's all about unintended consequences and where kind of tariffs get you. It's complicated, but that's kind of the point.
I'm just going to say the global supply chain, it's messy, it's complicated. Like, that's one of the big takeaways, too, and just a reminder.
So net, Sean, in the end, are these towns better off now than they were pre-tariff? Are these companies better off now? Is this company better off now than it was pre-tariff? Or if the executives could go back in time, would they not have lobbied for it?
So, look, I think the net result potentially for the United States when all the dust clears is some more manufacturing jobs in the United States. But we're talking about a couple hundred, maybe a few thousand manufacturing jobs. And we're also talking about higher prices for trailer chassis. And this is going to get us back into who pays the cost of tariffs that, those higher cost chassis mean that it's more expensive to transport goods around the United States, which means higher prices for consumers. It should be said that right now in Emporia, Virginia, they're just starting to get back to work. CIMC was eventually cleared, and they're ramping up production. In Pittsview, Alabama, they're still facing a tariff bill in the tens of millions for these trailers that they imported, and they've lost something like $250 million in revenues, and they're still fighting this in federal court. And if they lose that fight, that's not going to be good for the company or the people of Pittsview, Alabama.
One thing that we've also seen, Sean, in the wake of tariffs being slapped on Chinese companies during the Trump administration, those tariffs largely being kept in place by the Biden administration, is the surge in manufacturing over the border in Mexico. So not necessarily bringing jobs to the U.S. as it was intended, but Chinese companies setting up shop just over the border and then importing certain goods across the border to get around those tariffs.
Yeah, and look, we're seeing that in all sorts of different sectors. That's one of the big concerns that Donald Trump talks about when he talks about Chinese EVs, that they will start producing them in Mexico and avoid tariffs and coming into the U.S. that way. In the case of trailer chassis, there has been some production that's ramped up in Mexico, apparently, and some of the U.S. producers are taking advantage of cheaper production in Mexico. It's a complicated picture, and I hate to keep saying that, but one of the reasons it's complicated as well is that we've seen a bit of a trucking recession here in the United States, and things have slowed down a bit in terms of the movement of goods. There may be too many chassis that were produced or brought in at one point, so there may be a bit of a glut of chassis, but that can all turn around very quickly. One of the things we heard in the lead up to this port strike, for example, recently, is that people were again worried that there might be a shortage of chassis because when shipping containers sit around, they usually have to sit on some wheels, and that means that those chassis can't be used to move other shipping containers, and that means all of a sudden you get a shortage and more log jams.
You know, one of the things you referenced to the idea of, being able, as a manufacturer here in the United States or a U.S.-based manufacturer, who do tap into the global supply chain, Sean, is that being able to say made in America and the rules around that. I guess what I want to pose to you, and I'm not sure, forgive me if you've got an answer, but I mean, does it matter to the American public? I will say increasingly, I am looking at where things are made. But I just wonder, for most Americans, does it matter? Do they care? They might say, if you were asked, would you rather support American jobs versus non-American jobs? And people might say yes, but would you rather pay for cheaper goods that are made outside of America than others? They probably would say yes to that too. So I'm just curious if this issue matters.
Yeah, look, I think the answer is all over the place on this, and I think surveys are all over the place on this. You'll often see consumer surveys that say people are willing to spend more if a product is American-made, but then, people go to Best Buy, go to Walmart, buy a new TV, and that TV typically is not made in the United States. It's typically made in China or somewhere in Asia, and it is that cheap. And it is that big for that cheap because it was made overseas. So I think on a Sunday when people sit down to watch the NFL, they don't necessarily care about where that TV was made. They care about what a bargain they got and how big that TV is and how big those players look on their living room wall.
Just 30 seconds. The workers, though, they care.
Good point.
Yeah. The workers absolutely care, but look, one of the stories and it's totally true that we saw a real deindustrialization in parts of America in the early 2000s as a result of these jobs going overseas. But the reality, unfortunately, is that the number of workers who lost their jobs is much smaller than the number of consumers who have benefited from broader, cheaper prices.
Yeah.
We are having a huge political debate about this because the question is where the balance sits.
Well, another story from you with a snapshot of America to tell a larger story that is certainly part of our political narrative. Sean Donnan, Bloomberg News senior economics writer on today's Bloomberg Big Take. Coming up next, the next global spectacle, as some might say.
9:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks holding very close to session highs right now, looking at a 44-point jump in the S&P 500 index, back at 5739 right now on the S&P, a gain of about 0.8%. The Dow up 86, up by about 0.2%. We are seeing a rally in the world's biggest tech companies. Right now we've got NASDAQ up 206, up 1.1%. The NASDAQ 100 index up by 1.1%, while the 10-year is at 4.02%. The 2-year, 3.96%. Spot gold down 1%, 26.15 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil now lower by 4.7%. Right now, WTI 73.55 a barrel. Google working with utilities in the U.S. and other countries to assess nuclear power as a possible energy source for its data centers. Microsoft, you recall, recently agreed to buy power from the shuttered 3 Mile Island nuclear power plant in Pennsylvania that is owned by Constellation Energy. Constellation Energy shares today, they are trading higher by 0.1%. Alphabet, we'll call that unchanged on the day. Microsoft up 0.9%, while Amazon right now up by about 0.6%. GM shares now advancing by 1%. GM is on track to build 200,000 EVs in North America in 2024. Again, GM shares, they're up now by 0.6%. Recapping, S&P up 42, up 0.7%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, Dallas Cowboy owner Jerry Jones is planning to bring IndyCar racing to the streets outside the team stadium in Arlington, Texas, or in the words of Roger Penske, to build racing's next global spectacle.
Jones is teaming up with fellow billionaire Roger Penske and MLB's Texas Rangers to hold an inaugural race that's going to happen in March of 2026. The duo sat down with Bloomberg Originals chief correspondent Jason Kelly and Bloomberg News Texas bureau chief Julie Fine. Here to talk about that chat, we got Jason Kelly from the Bloomberg News Dallas Bureau. Jason, it feels like a big deal when we talk about the I don't want to say resurgence, but the popularity in recent years of all forms of auto racing. How did this all come together?
Yeah, you nailed it, Tim. I mean, this is a booming sport, and obviously, and it's funny when you're talking to IndyCar enthusiasts, they're like, yeah, Formula One, I know, I get it, Drive to Survive, but IndyCar. But they are clearly, wait for it, pun intended, drafting off of a lot of that success. You see what I did there? Yeah. It's not my first rodeo. I am in Texas. But, you know, what they are seeing is there is a need, you guys know this from looking at all sorts of sports, spectacles. And this is going to be a massive spectacle. You think about the street races that we've all come to really appreciate watching them live or on TV. This is going to race around AT&T Stadium, one of the best-known landmarks in the sports world, Globe Life Stadium, where the Texas Rangers play. You're defending World Series champion Texas Rangers, and it's going to be Texas-sized. And these two guys coming together, it was fascinating, candidly, to see the interplay. This is something they've been talking about for years. They've known each other for 25 years, and they you know, it's like super friends coming together to put on something special.
I can only imagine, right, the energy in that room to see these two guys talk about it, right? Like, just talk about, like, sitting down with them.
It was great. I mean, it really was something, because you think about, you know, these are both guys in their 80s, some octogenarians who've seen a ton in the sports world. And, you know, you think about the Cowboys franchise, just like take a beat on that. Bought for less than $200 million about 35, 40 years ago. Now the most valuable sports franchise in the world, probably worth about $10+ billion. You know, Penske, who's got this massive empire, he owns the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in India. So they're icons, and you can sort of feel that in the room as they are sort of ruminating, not just on what they've done individually, but again, a topic the three of us have talked about a lot on this show, the power of sports to bring people together, the power of these big ticket, big events that are, you know, watched by hundreds of thousands in person and millions around the world.
Is demand for this stuff sustained? And you know, we don't want to conflate F1 and NASCAR and IndyCar. Right. But Jason, I think you were at a recent the inaugural F1 race in Las Vegas. Yes. Correct me if I'm wrong. That was a huge deal, bringing that to Las Vegas. Is demand going to be there? Is it going to be sustained?
I mean, that is the big question, Tim. I mean, what's interesting is we are literally 10 days out from the next race on the Formula One calendar that's going to be just down the road from where I am, down in Austin. 400,000 plus people there over the course of the weekend. It seems sustainable in terms of this is a very popular historical sport, and we talked a bit in the context of that growth with these guys, so maybe we can check some of that out.
You know, we look at our revenue in our motorsports and our Penske, it's about $400 million a year. And you think about it, we started out, you know, with a $250 sponsor. That's how we started out, to think about. So we've been able to take this and take it to where it is today because obviously it's in my blood, but we've seen it as such a great tool to take care of these people that want to see sports. And you lose more than you win, don't we, Jerry? Think about that. We don't win every race, and we don't win every day. But again, it keeps us motivated, and I think that's the great thing about sports. And the emotion around winning, you can't buy it.
You know, Roger, you talk about my experience on winning. Only about 2% of the time, in my mind, do you have a euphoric feeling around sports. Sports is work. To participate, just think about it as a player. That's go to work time. That's nothing, again, I mentioned natural. It's go to work. It's a lot of being dissatisfied. I was not happy in college. I wasn't happy because I thought I was going to be the greatest running back that's ever hit college football. Ended up being a lousy guard and blocking for the running backs that go. Consequently, I was always wanting more. But when I was through, I looked back on it, and all those days that I got it shoved in the dirt, all those days that I had disappointment, all those days I had one or two euphoric moments at that particular time. And I know that inspired me to get to sit here today in this chair by Roger Penske and be a part of sport.
When you talk about being part of sports and all changes that you've seen, I mean, are valuations going to go through the roof? Have they hit the ceiling in both of your sports?
Well, I would say it's going to continue to grow. But it's interesting that if people own these teams like Jerry does, and is it a family ownership or is it going to be a capital ownership where you can raise more capital to grow? I think you'll look at that as an opportunity if there's another expansion opportunity. But I think in IndyCar right now, lots of interest. We're growing at a rate we feel good about it. Our TV ratings were up. Obviously, the tracks have made more money this past year. So we're looking at the basics. We're not NFL. We're not trying to be Formula One. We think we've got the most sophisticated cars. We have this diversity from the standpoint of the tracks that we run on, and we need to stay in our lane because this world is big. There's a lot of people like racing, and I think we need to be sure that we're promoting our sport every day. And to be able to partner with someone like Jerry Jones and the teams down here, it's just amazing. It just accelerates us as we go forward for the quality of what we're trying to produce.
And so, Jerry, for you on the valuation question, do values get higher faster now with all this new money coming in, do you think?
Well, I think it's, again, capital is important, but it's only one of the ingredients from the standpoint of value as far as that's concerned. But the big thing that I look at is that we are all in different situations. I completely understand. I'm from the natural gas business originally. And I coveted getting to be a part. I went to the 500 up there in Indianapolis. I went to those sporting events, saw the great fights. I just couldn't stay away from sports. And I would take people that I was wanting to be good to, my clients. I'd take them to sporting events. I'd hunt with them. I'd do all those things. So that if it's there for the use, which it is, sports is just getting started in my mind in terms of moving the needle, because it is the one place that you can get real human, all of the gambit of human emotions, human striving, human wanting to improve, and put it under the wheel. Or you can put it out there on that football field and make something happen, and it's real.
And pretty good business, too.
Well, it can be. It really can be and should be if you want to go again. I've been criticized for people would think, well, I had a little money when I bought the Cowboys. Relative to what it took to buy them, I didn't have any money. But I had a little bit of money, and I could have kept that money. but the hell with the money. I spent it all to take a big chance to be involved with the Dallas Cowboys. And I will tell you right now that it wasn't everything, but the financial success as you went along the way has everything to do with why the NFL is the game that it is today. You have got to have solid financial underpinning. The status of these sports-involved companies that are competing and the fact that they can attract capital is a good deal.
And Roger, what's next for you, just as we wrap up here? What's the thing you're most looking forward to in the business of your sport?
Well, I think it's about growth. I think we need to look. Is there some international opportunities for us that we might look at going forward? I think today is the innovation of the new car, this bridging strategy with hybrid, which we see on the highway today, where the BEVs are not selling, is key. We hit the sweet spot there, so we'll continue to invest there. And again, look for opportunities like we have here with Jerry and the team here in Arlington and Dallas is amazing. So for me personally, that's where we're focused on. We don't want to have 100 races. We want to have the best races and bring something to the community. Because when we come to the community, we do more than just race. We reach out to people that need help. And that's one of the things that I want to be sure we give back going forward.
All right, that, of course, is the conversation Jason Kelly, Bloomberg Originals chief correspondent, Jason Kelly, and Bloomberg News Texas Bureau Chief Julie Fine had with Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones and Penske Automotive CEO Roger Penske. Jason, I got to say, these two dudes, as you said, in their 80s, billionaires, they could hang up their hats and just say, I'm going to go hang out on a beach and have a cocktail. They're not. They're still doing something. It just, you and I, Tim, we've always talked, the business of sports, it just continues to grow, and there's like more opportunities.
Well, a ton of it, and and one of the funny things, both y'all will appreciate this, is tried to pin Jerry Jones down on what private equity is going to do for the NFL. That has been the biggest story. He was elusive. He was a little bit slippery. Don't think he's going to sell anytime soon. We certainly didn't get that indication. He did concede, though, that it is a good sign for the sport. It's a good sign for the NFL that this new money is coming in. We've talked about it a million times on this show, guys.
Yeah.
When private equity shows up, there's money to be made, and they know there's money to be made here.
I feel like time will tell, though, in terms of the impact on the sport, but we'll see. Definitely a lot of money.
Yeah, definitely a lot of money, and you're right. It's a closed system, and it has been closed for a long time, and so we'll see where it ends up. But I mean, obviously, watch this space.
Hey, Jason, 20 seconds. You're going to get on a plane soon to go to LA. We'll see you there for Bloomberg Screen Time. Just give us 10 seconds on what you have planned for the festival.
Candace Parker and Clara Wu Tsai talking about the massive boom in the WNBA and women's sports. It's going to be a banger.
Oh, my God. I feel like it's one of the major stories of our time. Did I hear a y'all come out of you?
Oh, yeah. I'll y'all you all day long in LA when I see you.
We are warned. All right, Jason Kelly, safe travels. We'll see you on the West Coast. Bloomberg Originals chief correspondent Jason Kelly. Catch all of Jason and Julie Fine's interview with that dynamic duo. You can find it on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com. Coming up next, NVIDIA shares are rallying. What's up with that? We'll explain.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Mag 7 stocks come roaring back. We got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. NASDAQ ripping higher right now, up 224 points, up 1.3%. The S&P, to put it all in context, up 49. 57.45 is where that index stands, up 0.9%. The Dow up by 0.3%. Dow Industrials up 128 points now. 10-year yield, 4.02%, with a 2-year, 3.96%. Gold down $26 the ounce. That is a drop right now of 1%, 26.15 on spot. And we have got West Texas Intermediate crude down 4.5%, 74.63 now for a barrel of WTI. Honeywell International plans to spin off its advanced materials division as the industrial conglomerate looks to streamline its holdings. Shares of Honeywell, HON on the ticker, up by 1.8%. Recapping stocks higher, S&P up 0.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Just pulling up shares of NVIDIA on the terminal because we want to talk about it. It's up about 4%. Listen, we talk about AI every day. It came up at a conversation that Elisa Abramowitz had with JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon. You can find that, by the way, on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com. We'll hear more, too, from Jamie Dimon in our next segment. But when it comes to AI, there have been a lot of concerns about it when it comes to the electricity demands of artificial intelligence computing. On that, NVIDIA is out today touting the energy efficiency of its latest chips, and that is why you're seeing some support in NVIDIA shares, as I said, Tim, up about 4%.
Here with more on that, Bloomberg News U.S. semiconductor and networking reporter Ian King. He joins us from our San Francisco bureau. Ian, we have this AI summit in Washington, D.C. Tell us about the event and what news we got out of NVIDIA. And I just want to contextualize this a little bit. Torsten Slok over at Apollo sends out notes all the time. He sent one today that talked about data centers use 26% of Virginia's total power consumption. Ouch. So just a little idea of what we're talking about when it comes to demand of these things.
Yeah, I mean, in general, NVIDIA are in Washington trying to make a pitch to government and various industries. You know, if the rest of the industry is kind of trying to chase them in terms of hardware and make hardware as good as they can, they're already basically forging forward and saying, hey, no, we're going to make it possible for everybody to use AI. And, that, you know, if you like, they're trying to shift the whole industry forward, and that's why they're in Washington. But as you say, the power argument is a continuing kind of concern that everybody has about the overall adoption of this technology, and therefore NVIDIA is trying to position themselves and their technology as kind of the answer rather than the problem.
All right, so tell us about exactly what we got. I read in your story in Blackwell Chips using 3 gigawatts of power to develop OpenAI's GPT-4 software. So that's a pretty big reduction from what it has used?
Well, this is for their sort of illustration purposes. They're arguing that this is more efficient. And the reason they're doing that is because the previous generation of Hopper chips, they drew about 700 watts. The new version that's coming to the market right now called Blackwell will draw 1.3 kilowatts, and that's obviously a lot more. So everybody's like, oh dear, is this going to like cause the Earth to go dark? And the answer is maybe, maybe not. I mean, the problem, their argument is, look, it works so much faster, therefore it's more efficient. And that is true in one way, but if you deploy more Blackwells than you deployed Hoppers, then maybe we've got more overall power being drawn. So there's a very nuanced argument being made here for how these things should be deployed.
Maybe it will cause the world to go dark unless we put nuclear reactors and nuclear power plants back online, like Microsoft Constellation are trying to do when it comes to 3 Mile Island, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of solutions, to this problem. And nuclear is one of the power source problems, building these data centers in where there's more renewable energy available. Jensen Huang, he talks about it on like a micro level where a lot of the power is wasted in cooling these things down because they get so hot. So his latest generation is going to be actually water-cooled, which is kind of a back-to-the-future sort of approach towards this thing, and that'll reduce the overall energy loss. So there are lots lots and lots of solutions being offered, but there's no doubt that they are absolutely needed because of the path that we're on in terms of data manipulation and what that means for the amount of computing that's being deployed.
Yeah, there was another story today, right, about Google working with utilities in the U.S. and other countries to assess nuclear power as a possible energy source for them. Okay, all right, so it just feels like, yay, innovation, yay, possibly other big problem. Having said that, NVIDIA, Ian, also talked about agent blueprints, some software news. What's that all about? Help us understand, help us become smarter when it comes to what NVIDIA is up to.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically trying to do it all for everybody. Anything that they see as an obstacle towards the adoption of AI, they're coming up with a solution for. It's a remarkably dynamic effort, and whether it'll be successful or not, we'll see, but it's very hard to fault the effort levels that are going on. What an agent is, it's that kind of last mile, that last piece of software where you've trained your big model, you're a company, you've trained your big model, you have all of the intelligence built in, but then you have to have something that deals with the customer. OpenAI's general solution isn't good enough, right? You need something specific, something that either will help you design a new vehicle, or it'll deal with your customer service problems, or it'll help you solve a drug discovery issue. And so what NVIDIA is saying is, hey, we'll give you the blueprints to do these so you can go even faster. No obstacles towards deployment. Companies, get out there and do it. That's what they're doing, and hard to argue that they're not foreseeing all of the problems and trying to solve them right now.
Again, it's like buy all our stuff and we'll make AI create everything for you. I don't mean to be cynical. I just feel like we're trying to find our way through this.
No, it's not being cynical. It's absolutely on point. That's what they're doing.
Ian, it's time for the periodic question about NVIDIA's competitors and just how they're doing.
Dun, da, da, da. We have music for that.
With NVIDIA. We haven't got to check in with you in a little bit, but help us understand how the competitors are doing and if they're even on the tracks of NVIDIA yet.
Well, we'll find out a little bit more about that this week, where the purported closest competitor, AMD, they're having a conference later this week. So perhaps we'll see some new hardware there, perhaps we'll see some new software. We won't know, but that should give us a nice update coming later in the week. But in general terms, NVIDIA is generally perceived as being sort of still over the horizon, that everybody else is really chasing hard and not really making much of a dent anytime soon.
If we weren't talking about NVIDIA all the time, if we weren't talking about Intel and its woes all the time, what would be the chip company that would be front and center for you?
Well, we've just seen Samsung, the world's kind of second largest chip maker, depending upon what day it is and how you slice it, coming out and saying, hey, we're really sorry, we're not good enough, we should be better than this. Companies like Micron, companies like SK Hynix have really struggled in Samsung's wake over the years, and Samsung's kind of dominance has never really been doubted in that kind of memory chip area. Samsung are admitting weakness here. Admittedly, Intel would like to have the kind of weakness that Samsung has, which is less profits rather than no profits, but that's kind of, looks like a change of the guard for an industry that's really been set in stone for a very long time.
On Intel, anything that, you're expecting any kind of news on them anytime soon?
Well, we're coming into earnings season again, and really this is a company that cannot afford any more unforeseen disasters. I think people will be sort of pleasantly
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week on radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. Carol Massar along with Tim Stenivek. Well, regulators in the U.S. and U.K. should make it easier for companies to go public. J.P. Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon said that in a Bloomberg TV interview that was out of London earlier today.
Dimon spoke with Bloomberg Surveillance's Lisa Abramowitz earlier at the 12th edition of the J.P. Morgan Techstars Conference. They talked about a variety of topics, including why soft landings are difficult to pull off.
Yeah, soft landings are hard. I hope it happens. I don't know. I just wouldn't count my eggs in that one.
Do you think
and markets are open. When you say open, they're very, values are high. They're not low. both equities and bonds. Credit spreads are very low, so they're open, but people are saying they're not open for IPOs. So some IPOs, when we just did one of the largest ones of the year, like last week, they're open for those who the market wants to buy today. But don't assume that they're not open. And, sometimes people go public, they don't like the price. That's a very different thing. And you should think twice about that. When you think you know what a company's worth much more than the market might know.
That maybe it's an assessment of what you're looking for rather than the actual market being closed.
Exactly.
You said that there are a lot of inflationary things that are coming down the pike. Do you think that it was a mistake for the Fed to cut by 50 basis points?
No, actually. I mean, you got to separate the here and now. Inflation has definitely been coming down. They don't want to go into recession. Unemployment has been going up. They raised rates. They were late raising rates, but they raised it very high, rapidly to 5%, which I think is the right thing. And they're right to take their foot off the gas in that one. I don't think it matters that much, 50, 25, honestly, but I think that was okay. If inflation comes back, I'm looking at future things. The remilitarization of the world's inflationary, the fiscal deficits of the world, particularly the United States, are inflationary. The green economy is inflationary. Demographics are inflationary. It's very possible energy prices down the road, I'm talking about 2 or 3 years, will be inflationary. Those will hit later. Now, they should react at that time to those things, but I don't think you can anticipate that. We don't know that that's going to happen.
I'm so glad you brought up the deficit. I watched the Treasury auctions. There's another 3-year one today. I watch them every time wondering, are we going to start seeing disruption from some of the concerns that you bring up, but also every single investor who I speak to says the same thing. Are you surprised that the market hasn't priced in a higher structural deficit in the way of higher yields or at least more volatility, at least at auctions?
Yeah, well, I have a lot of comments on that one. Commodity markets often don't price things in until they actually happen. And so it hasn't happened yet. The higher inflation, the higher structural stuff, even though the deficits are there, there's also sentiment, inventory, supply and demand of capital goods. So it's very hard to say. But that's why I think that longer rates may actually stay here and tick up a little bit as opposed to go down because of these huge deficits in the United States. And then the market's reacting, which the word you used of volatile or something like that. It's not always bad. I mean, I think we overreact sometimes to volatile markets, but I do think they'll happen again. Dealer inventories are very low. Banks are, the big market makers are very constrained. Not today. I mean, we have this anomaly where JP Morgan is going to have $1 trillion of cash and unable to intermediate in treasury markets or repo markets completely conservatively because we're required to hold that cash in very, like central bank reserves, something like that. So I think when QE finally gets to a certain point, you will see that. I may be wrong. And again, if it happens, I don't think it's a disaster. It's not bad for JP Morgan. I do think policymakers will get upset. They don't like seeing that type of thing. And I think there are fixes to it. And I think they should start working those fixes today.
All right, that, of course, is J.P. Morgan Chase Chairman and CEO Jamie Dimon, earlier with Bloomberg Surveillance's Lisa Abramowicz. You can catch the full conversation. Just find it on the Bloomberg and also at Bloomberg.com. I have to say, I was listening in real time as Lisa was doing it over in London. One of the things that I heard that I thought was really interesting is that he talked about the world not being a safe place anymore. And if you look at the two wars, Russia, Ukraine, you look at what's going on in the Middle East, and just how so many nations, so many countries right now are really focused on their own national security and whatever that involves, whether it means protecting your global supply chains, whatever you need to do to protect your citizens, but that is a really big dynamic. And he also said, he said soft landings are hard, but he kind of was stressing, we've figured out different cycles before. What's really important right now is the national security that a lot of people are trying to protect.
Okay, so not unrelated to that comment, he also said he's yet to make a decision on whether he will endorse a candidate in the presidential election.
She was fun with him with
That's less than a month away. He said, I will decide and I will vote. I reserve the right to do whatever I want. I'm a citizen, I can vote, I can say what I want. I've never been endorsing candidates, but I'm thinking through what I want to say or what I want to do.
Yeah, Lisa also asked him about maybe running for president, and he made some comment like, I can't run for president. And I was thinking when I was listening, I'm like, yeah, you could,
yeah.
But it was interesting. And I think...
Or he could serve in a presidential administration.
He could potentially do that, right? So,
yeah.
I mean, he's, it was funny, we were talking about it in our makeup room today, and he's like these incredible elder statesmen, right? And certainly speaks freely because his level of success enables him to do that. and just talk about a variety of things, everything from AI to deficits and more.
He's seen it all at J.P. Morgan and earlier in his career as well.
All right, highly recommend if you missed any of that. We've been highlighting some of it throughout the day here at Bloomberg, but check it out on thebloomberg.com and also on the Bloomberg Terminal. Incredible chat there by our Lisa Abramowitz. All right, for those of you watching on television, the close is coming your way in just a moment. Tim and I, though, we're continuing here on Business Week.
We got a great program coming up. Abigail Doolittle's joining us in just a minute to talk all about today's trade, also what's going on with oil. And then we're speaking with Camilla Marcus. She's chef and restaurateur. My Regenerative Kitchen, plant-based recipes and sustainable practices to nourish ourselves and the planet. All that and more on Business Week next.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. We're just 60 minutes away from the closing bell, looking at my stock charts here, and we're pretty much at our best levels of the session.
Looking at your Bloomberg
charts.
Terminal.
Yes.
Are these custom-made stock charts on your Bloomberg Terminal?
This particular thing and a series of charts has been with me for, I realized somebody sent me happy 25 years at Bloomberg.
I look over at your screen, I don't even know what's going on over
It's been with me for a very, very long time. We're going to get into the trade in just a moment. We're also going to talk a little bit about what's going on in the rates market. Part of what we are seeing in terms of the trade, that narrative being reset. Michael McKenzie called it, who follows rates here at Bloomberg. He called it on Friday for us when it comes to the 10-year. So I'm curious about where he sees things going. I know he said the next focal point is the CPI print that we get this week.
Okay, we got all that, plus an update on EVs for Bloomberg Plugged In with Bloomberg Tech co-host Ed Ludlow. He's going to join us a little later. Also, we're going to have the executive director of BlackPack, Adrienne Shropshire. She's back with us talking about voter outreach efforts in those battleground states.
We also have an author of a new book, Camilla Marcus, My Regenerative Kitchen, Plant-Based Recipes and Sustainable Practices to Nourish Ourselves and the Planet. I got to tell you, I've been going through some really cool recipes, but she had a restaurant, had to deal with COVID. You're always hungry, so it doesn't matter. All right, I don't know if he's hungry, but he's always ready to give us an update on the markets. Let's toss things over to Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
Much indeed. We got a rally in the world's largest tech companies, and that is the recipe for gains. Big gains today with the S&P up 50 right now, up by 0.9%. The S&P back at 57.46. The Dow up 130 now, higher by 0.3%. Nasdaq Composite Index up 234, up 1.3%. Nasdaq 100 Index chock full of those big tech names, including NVIDIA. We've got the Nasdaq 100 Index up now by 1.4%. 10-year 4.03% with a 2-year that's yielding 3.97%. Gold lower now by $26 the ounce, a retreat for the precious metal of 1%, while West Texas Intermediate crude is down 4.4%, 73.73 for a barrel of WTI. J.P. Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon speaking out on a number of issues. We heard from him just a couple of minutes ago. He also says regulators in the U.S. and the U.K. should make it easier for companies to go public, and he adds that the U.S. has to make it easier for corporate deals to happen.
In the United States, it's more about, can you wait 18 to 24 months to close a deal? I mean, that creates a lot of risk for a company, particularly if you go to banking. I know a lot of the banks, I think they should be allowed to do deals. They're very, very reluctant because they can't wait. One of the last bank deals in the United States took 3 years. And I think, if I remember correctly, there's a 90-day regulatory requirement. Well, obviously, that's not taking place anymore.
J.P. Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon speaking with our Bloomberg's Lisa Abramowitz at the J.P. Morgan Techstars Conference in London. JPM shares up now by 0.1%. J.P. Morgan, by the way, does kick off earnings on Friday. Again, recapping here, we got the S&P up 49 points, up by about 0.9%. The Dow up 0.3. NASDAQ right now up by 1.3%. Cannot ignore the 10-year. 4.03%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. do appreciate it. We just got the numbers from Charlie. Fairly broad-based rally happening on Wall Street right now. The S&P 500 bouncing back, this after its worst session in a month. Look at that. The NASDAQ up 1.3%. The S&P 500 up 0.9%. Energy stocks, though, Carol, the worst performer in the S&P 500 as a sector, down 2.7%.
Yeah, I feel like moving around on some of the headlines that are out there on following some of the tensions overseas and China news, I feel like. Let's get into it all, what's going on with the U.S. trade. Bloomberg News markets correspondent Abigail Doolittle, she's here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. It does feel like there's some different dynamics going on, but walk us through, does it feel like an optimistic trade, upbeat trade?
It feels optimistic within the day. The thing that we're looking at right now is a pretty tight trading range for the S&P 500 over the let's call it almost 2 weeks, or roughly even actually truly 2 weeks. We've been trading between 57.70 or so and 56.75. So again, a really tight trading range up and down. Yesterday was a 1% move down. Today is nearly a 1% move up. So investors really pretty uncertain there. Where we have more certainty, you were just mentioning oil and China.
Yeah.
So the Golden Dragon China index, it is right now down 7.2%, the worst day in about 2 years.
Well, I thought China stocks were back.
Well, so
they've moved up a lot since like
that's exactly
mid-September.
it. Newton's third law, an equal and opposite reaction. What goes up must come down. So, this index had been up more than 40% in about 2 weeks on China, really giving, a bazooka, a quote-unquote bazooka of stimulus, all sorts of different kinds.
There was a period where we would come in every day, I feel like, for a few days in a row, where the top or the second most read story in the Bloomberg had to do with China stimulus.
And that might actually, I thought earlier. So let's see. Let's do the.
It's the third most read story today.
So today, so there it is. China markets warn, more stimulus is needed to fuel rally. Now, is that the way it's supposed to be working? Are markets supposed to be telling the president of a country that more stimulus is needed? It's definitely a backwards equation that we have there. But oil, China is the world's largest user of commodities and natural resources. And so the idea that another wave of stimulus is not coming in, that has sent oil to its worst day in more than a year. And thanks for pointing that out earlier, Tim. We do have oil down 5.4%. At the lows, it had been the worst day in about more than 2 years, down 5.8%. So it's sort of like a stealth sell-off in oil as we have stocks rallying.
But it's interesting because if you look at the IMAP function on the Bloomberg terminal, you see there's a ton of green and then there's a little bit of red. The dark red part includes energy.
Yes, and materials. So both sort of China related,
And you have 21 of 22 stocks in the S&P 500 that are energy lower today, including Marathon down 7.4% right now.
That's a pretty significant decline, and it's really, it's similar to Bitcoin. When Bitcoin and Ether go down, as they are today, you have the crypto stocks go down. When oil is having its worst sell-off in a year, 2 years, it's really dragging on that sector. It's really that simple, actually.
It's crazy.
It is. It's dramatic.
What do you make of the mega cap tech names, the Magnificent Seven? It's kind of been the headline, I feel like, for much of the day, but I always feel like we have to be careful and smart about it in terms of what we're really seeing.
Well, what stands out to me the most is Microsoft. So Microsoft right now is up 1.2% on the day, but it is below its 200-day moving average. So those long-term buyers, they really don't know what to make of this stock or this company ahead of earnings. And on the year, it's up about 10%. Now, you compare that to NVIDIA, which is trying to break back out of its range, which is, I'm really impressed by that chart, because that chart had been reversing its uptrend, telling you that buyers were really nervous. Now, we have 2 months before that earnings report, so it could take a while. It's almost as though the conversation that we're having right now is big tech maybe is bifurcating a little bit. And that's been the case. Like last year when Apple was down, those funds, that was a funding short in some way for, let's call it NVIDIA and AMD and some of these other stocks. So right now, Microsoft is now the world's third largest company behind NVIDIA and Apple. So you just have this seesaw of back and forth. So when the money comes out of one of them, it goes into another one of them. But in terms of the fundamentals, the story on Microsoft, are the cloud numbers going to come back in, the AI. And then, of course, Amazon yesterday, it was downgraded at Wells Fargo, and it had a pretty significant sell-off. Today's Prime Day. Have you guys bought anything yet?
Unfortunately, I feel like I buy stuff on Amazon every day.
So every day is Prime Day. But today you get a big discount.
Got the real-time card going. So we do.
What's the real-time cart? You're just always in there?
Well, yeah. So my wife and I, we share the same Amazon account.
Okay.
And we do our groceries with it,
so you can kind of talk to each other during the day? Like,
well, just
I'm buying this.
well, if I remember, okay, we're out of ketchup for chicken nuggets, because that happens a lot. Just add ketchup to the
Sugar-free
list.
ketchup or regular ketchup?
Sugar-free ketchup is terrible.
It is pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm trying to not eat sugar, though, so.
That's hard.
It is, because it's kind of like eating tomato paste.
Yeah, there's a reason there's sugar in
Ooh,
it.
the look
Other
on Carol's
stuff,
face.
You can get away with not having sugar in other stuff.
Yeah, but ketchup, yeah.
But then, you do the one big order every week.
That's what we do.
So it's like we just add periodically, and then you do the big order every week to try to cut down on the...
We share
We'll talk
the
about
ketchup.
this with our regenerative farming guests.
We did the same thing, though, like in terms of Amazon. Like, let's start a cart, and we are going to now order maybe once a month.
Right, don't just order one thing at a time.
Because it's not great for the environment, like all this fun.
Right.
And it also is just like, oh yeah, I need this. Oh yeah, I need this. And like, you don't really need this, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, it's just so easy to click,
Slowing
click,
it
click.
down.
I know. Did you buy anything for Prime Day?
I have not, but I do have a lot of vitamins and supplements I need to buy. I just don't know if they're going to get that discount. But if they do, I'll be really happy.
Happy Prime Day to all who celebrate. Prime Days, forgot that it's, 4 days now.
Matt Miller was saying he feels like there's a Prime Day every month.
I
but I think
feel
this
the same
is
way.
the original Prime Day, but now it's day
this
one
is
and
to
day
compete
two.
with the China's Singles Day, which is an Alibaba holiday.
How many singles days are there? Just one?
I thought it was in the fall.
I don't know.
In China.
Well, they should make it a duo day because then it would no longer have to be a singles day.
All right, we're moving on. Bloomberg News markets correspondent Abigail Doolittle right here in studio. All right, let's get...
11/11 is Singles Day.
I am moving on. They can continue. I am moving on because I want to get to the U.S. rates trade and what's driving it, and to someone who really made such a smart call with us on Friday. He talks to us a lot about what's going on when it comes to rates. He said, I asked him, could we see 4% on the 10-year again? He said yes after that strong jobs report. He called it. He was right, and he's back with us.
Bloomberg News rates reporter Michael McKenzie joins us from New York City. You got it. I mean, it's almost like you used to do this for a living, Michael McKenzie.
I used to be a swaps broker, so I used to talk to a lot of very smart traders who, more often than not, got it right, particularly over at Goldman and JP Morgan.
Well, you did get it right again this time. Why are we seeing the rise in yields?
It reflects a couple of things here, because I think ultimately if the Fed can continue to cut and bring rates down to around 4% and secure the soft landing, then the 10-year is going to stay above 4%. 4% is kind of the sort of zone now where a lot of people see the 10-year yield. I think yesterday, PGIM was telling Bloomberg Surveillance we're in the buy zone for 10s. It's between 4.25. And don't forget, it wasn't that long ago when yields dropped below 4%. Everyone's saying, I wish I bought those 10 years at 4%. Well, now you've got a chance to do that. So we'll see. You've got a 10-year auction tomorrow, and we get CPI on Thursday.
How sensitive is the trade? We've talked with you a lot about the volatility we see in the trade and the reaction, the sensitivity to a CPI print or some other form of news. So could we get another reset with rates and they could back down again?
Yes, if you get CPI coming in, weaker than expected, it is expected to drop a little bit, but that's year-over-year core rate is going to remain above 3%. But if you see more progress on inflation, that really does mean the Fed can just focus a lot more on labor market, and the Fed is telling us they want to get the rate down further. They want to make sure the labor market doesn't deteriorate over the coming months. And so, a good CPI print on Thursday, I think, helps this market.
Yeah.
It'll probably benefit, though, the 2-year and the 5-year more than the 10.
Well, that's what I wanted to talk about, the next catalyst to get an understanding of whether or not, the Friday's September payrolls report was an anomaly, or if investors still have to be concerned, Americans still have to be concerned with sticky inflation or a higher rate environment for longer.
Well, that's a great question, Tim, because at the moment, if you're filling up your car with gas, you're seeing petrol prices going up. So that's how Americans tend to view inflation firsthand every day. And of course, gas stations have the price there by the side of the road, so you're seeing it, getting reminded all the time.
Yeah.
That said, though, I think we are looking at, I guess, a lower inflationary environment over time. The key thing, I think, will be the rents, housing. But I also feel, too, the election's not too far away. So there's a lot of talk that, effectively Washington isn't going to stop spending, and you're going to see more pressure coming, particularly on the 10-year and 30-year yields over time. And as the Fed continues to cut, potentially having to cut more if things do weaken, the yield curve, as it's known, will steepen a lot more. That is, the 2-year will fall a lot faster. And that's why people like being more in the front end of the curve, the 2-year, 3-year, and also the 5-year. And it's why asset managers are telling everybody who's stacked a record amount of money in money markets at the moment, it's over $6 trillion, you've got to start thinking about extending out the curve. So I guess we'll see.
Hey, I'm not sure if you had a chance to catch any of that interview that Lisa Bromwitz did with JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon. He talked about inflation, and he said how some longer-term trends would impact all of this. He talked about the fiscal deficits of the world to the U.S. are inflationary, the green economy is inflationary, demographics are inflationary, and how that plays into why he thinks that higher interest rates may be with us for a while. He specifically said that longer rates may actually stay here and tick up a little bit as opposed to go down because of these huge deficits in the United States. So he kind of lopped a lot together, but kind of tapped into that higher for longer idea as maybe a new norm, it felt like.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a problem, particularly for the Fed, because if you look at the U.S. economy, they really need to jumpstart the housing market. And the only way you do that, you've got a lot of people who've locked in very low-cost mortgages below 4%, most of them around 3%, I believe. Housing prices are high, but no one wants to sell their house. They don't want to have to go and take out a new mortgage. So I think one of the problems the Fed's going to have here is how do you unfreeze this mortgage market? How do you actually get people willing to sell their home, move to another state to get another job? That's always been a key factor of the U.S. economy, that labor mobility.
I don't think that's possible.
Well, that's not. So I think this is a real issue. And then you've got Washington continue to spend. So, Jamie Dimon is just articulating what a lot of investors I speak to talk about. They look at the bond market and they say, right, I like 5s, I like being in the front end, I can kind of go to 7 years, but beyond that, I just don't see how Washington is going to get fiscal discipline anytime soon, and therefore I don't really want to own that part of the curve beyond 7 years. And I think that's going to become a much bigger issue, particularly if we get a kind of a sweep through Congress and the White House in November. It'll really start to matter.
Michael, explain that, why people don't want to own beyond 7. Is it because
if you have a Fed that's still got inflation above 2%, slightly above 2%, say 2.5%, and the Washington's continue to spend, the amount of money that Treasury is going to have to raise to finance that deficit over time is just staggering. I mean, the Treasury market has increased in size by $12 trillion over the last decade. There are some expectations that it could go up another $20 trillion over the next 10 years. These are huge amounts of money. And again, it means the primary dealer system, and Jamie Dimon also articulated in his interview today about how they're being prevented by excess government regulations of being able to help buy and sell treasuries. This is becoming a real issue. And we've seen flickers of it. We saw it last October when the treasury market really sold off, particularly in the long end, and there was concerns about deficits. This isn't going to go away. And in fact, one of the real things about this election coming, one of the really big issues is going to be, when is Washington going to actually look at fiscal discipline? Because if they don't, the bond market will eventually have to crack the whip.
Yeah, that's exactly the snippet of. But that's exactly the snippet of the interview we played in the last hour. Jamie talking about that in a big way. Michael, thank you. Always appreciate it. Bloomberg News rates reporter, our Michael McKenzie, joining us right there in New York City. You can check out all of his reporting and coverage of U.S. Treasuries and more. You can find that at Bloomberg.com, or of course on the Bloomberg terminal.
All right, a little more than 40 minutes to go until the close of U.S. trading here in New York. The Nasdaq higher by 1.3%. The S&P 500 holding on to gains, up by 0.9%. The Dow up 0.3%.
Hey, coming up, we're going to switch gears. Take a look at Rivian. I like what I did there, right?
Yeah, I don't know if EVs have gears though.
No, down a little bit, but down a lot this year. Stick around, folks.
3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, yes, Russell 2000, all rallying here. 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Most major groups in the S&P 500 are advancing. Chip makers leading the charge. Case in point, NVIDIA up now by 4.1%. The S&P up 53, a gain of 0.9%. NASDAQ up 247, up by about 1.4%. The Dow underperforming, up 0.3%. The Russell 2000 index up by 0.3%. 10-year yield 4.03% with the 2-year 3.97%. Gold down 1%, 26.15 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude dropping 4.3%, 73.79 for a barrel of WTI. So it is an up Tuesday. As for the market outlook against the backdrop of the November election, Emily Bowersock is the CEO of Bowersock Capital Partners.
I do think we're going to experience some volatility in here in October, especially in reaction to the election if we don't have a decisive outcome. So I'm not thinking that we're going to, that these PE ratios are going to continue to climb unabated, but I think they're not high enough to derail what is fundamentally a bull market.
Emily Bowersock of Bowersock Capital Partners interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Open Interest. Do you ever wish that your boss could spend a day in your shoes? Well, Home Depot will begin requiring corporate employees to work a full day at one of its stores every quarter. A move the company says is aimed at supporting its retail staff. We got Home Depot up today by 1.7%. Rival Lowe's up by 2.1%. Recapping, S&P up 0.9, 10-year at 4.03%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, Charlie, I just heard our bosses are going to do our jobs tomorrow, and then we get to manage them. Did you hear
Wouldn't
that?
that be fun? Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We'd love that.
I'm just telling you. I just heard that.
Truth be told, they're in the trenches for the most part every single day.
They are. Oh, look at you. You're such a good guy.
Company man.
Wouldn't that be fun? Like, just switch for a day?
Why is that? Why? I see Ed Ludlow. He's like, what's going on here?
Those knuckleheads. Is that what you're thinking, Ed?
It is time for another edition of Bloomberg Plugged In. It's your weekly look at EVs. Carol, you'll remember on Friday,
yes,
Rivian was one of my decliners during our simulcast. Shares fell close to 9%. The company said it had to drastically cut its 2024 production targets over yet another supply chain hiccup. Analysts, Ed Ludlow and Kyle Porter Wright, were puzzled as to why Rivian had to do such a thing. Ed Ludlow is co-host of Bloomberg Technology on Bloomberg TV. He joins us from our San Francisco bureau. You and Kyle got to the bottom of this, Ed. What happened here with the supply chain hiccup?
Something's been going on at Rivian for a little while, and we've been kind of drip-fed information. And by Friday, we knew it was something to do with the electric motor that they make. It was a specific single part for a single supplier. And we just got to the bottom of it. The single part is copper windings, and we can talk about what copper windings are. The single supplier, according to sources, is Essex Furukawa, and the backstory to how they ended up in this pickle is quite a backstory indeed.
So, all right, so how did they get here?
Okay, let's do this as simply as we can.
Okay.
Earlier this year, Rivian made a mistake. They did a boo-boo. And they miscalculated how much copper they would need for the electric motors that they made in-house. So it was an error. They phoned up their supplier, for want of a better explanation, Essex, and were like, this is how much we need. And they got it wrong. So Essex has other customers. They sell copper wire to all kinds of EV makers. And so they just got on with their business. They assign their machines that make the copper windings to other people. So when Rivian realized its mistake, it went back to Essex and was like, yeah, we got it wrong. We need lots more. Can you do that? And they were like, no, we can't. And so Rivian literally just learned the hard way that you can't do that. And now it's left unable to make its motors. And without its motors, it can't build its cars.
Copper windings, Ed. Are these found in all electric motors? Are we familiar with them if we've taken apart, like we had electric cars when we were kids, like remote control cars?
Exactly. The very serious part of this story is that it's the absolute crucial part of the electric motor. In simple terms, the copper windings go onto the rotor around the metal core of a motor. You run an electric current through it. It makes an electromechanical field, and that's what spins the motor. And if you were to tear a motor apart, you would be familiar with the image. You'd just basically see lots of copper wire wound round and round and round and round. Every EV has a motor in it that has that kind of copper. And so, you know, a lot of people ask me a lot of questions along the way, even after we broke the story, like, how could this possibly have happened? Because this is the absolute integral part of an EV motor that Rivian makes itself. And a part of it, of course, is the risk of only having one supplier in that domain.
Yes. So I guess it says to me, though, then, Ed, internally, the company has to make sure it gets it right? Like, there are people who are in charge of figuring out, okay, what's our production demands, our needs, to make sure that there are no snags. And we know companies are lean and mean and just-in-time inventory. We talk about it all the time and so on and so forth. But if it's so crucial and there's only one place they can get it, they've got to get it right. So does this say something about Rivian's internal management of the company? And
it
something
absolutely
being amiss?
does. You know, Rivian made a mistake, right? And they've been a really sexy company to read about, to cover. People are so interested, but they are a startup, right? Inexperienced. Most automakers would have several suppliers. But if you're only building a few cars a year, you don't need them. So they just had one, and they learned the hard way.
Are there companies affected by this shortage?
But this is the thing. This isn't an industry problem. This is a Rivian problem.
They just miscalculated, right?
Right. And you know, again, with time and volume and experience, you know, Rivian will learn its lesson. And they did actually try to sort of triage this. They went and found backup supplier that could have provided the copper. But of course, what did the supplier say? Oh, sure, you can have the copper, but we'll charge you this amount for it. And it's just not economical for Rivian.
So when do they get back on track? When does this kind of figure its way out here?
Unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you. What the official line from Rivian is that the problem is more acute than it was earlier in the quarter, and it's ongoing. So there isn't an answer. They're just going to have to wait until Essex is able to provide them. But what we know is the original production target was 57,000 EVs this year. It's now a range of 47 to 49,000. In other words, they're cutting the target by 10,000 vehicles.
Where's what's being cut? Is it the Amazon vans? Is it the R1?
Good question.
Is it the SUV? Is it the pickup? What is it?
Here is why it's such a pickle. The Enduro motor is common to all three lines. So they're shutting down the whole place.
Which, you know, ostensibly is an advantage to the company that it would have, you know, the same parts, the same technology in all of its products. But in this case, not so much, Ed.
Yes, in this case, the commonality means that if they can't build any Enduro motors, they won't have enough. I guess it's also like they probably have some copper, but they don't have it at the volume that they need to meet their original targets. They could be selective, I suppose, and I guess, you know, give preferential treatment to the consumer cars rather than the van that they make for Amazon. But again, it's kind of like either you call it teething problems, inexperience, or you call it embarrassing and a blunder, but it's not good.
Can they recover? Do we have any good guess yet on that?
You know, the sell side worry is that this bleeds into next year. You know, there's no guarantee that Essex can kind of turn around and fix the issue in any stated or given time frame. What the outstanding question is Rivian had self-declared that they were going to achieve this milestone of a gross profit in the final 3 months of this year. And psychologically, that probably would have been great, particularly for the stock. And there is a lot of doubt now that that will happen.
Sounds pretty rough. I feel like it's been a little bit rough, too, for Elon when it comes to the robo-taxi, but he's got a big...
Spicy.
Anybody who could say pickle, I can be a little spicy. So having said that, this is supposed to be a big week, or what are we expecting when it comes to the robo-taxi?
Yeah, I mean, similar to what we discussed the other week, I think this is going to be one of the bigger weeks in my career covering technology. Either Tesla is going to deliver something or they're not. And not deliver in terms of hand over to someone, deliver to the market's expectations. Elon has been talking about a vehicle that can drive itself for many years. And the event on Thursday night build We Robot is what it's being called. You know, what the minimum expectation is that we see a purpose-designed robo-taxi called Cybercab that is somehow unique and evidence that they're moving toward a world where Tesla doesn't sell cars to consumers. Tesla operates a proprietary ride-hailing app where there are a fleet of robo-taxis on there. And it's really hard still to see the jump.
What happens on Thursday, Ed? Are you going to be there? Or are you going to be doing other things? You're pretty busy this week.
So I am going to be in the greater Los Angeles area. I'll say that.
Okay.
Our colleagues at Bloomberg NEF, Andrew Grant, really like him. He's just such a smart analyst, has put out his preview. All I'll say is that Donahoe and I will put out some thoughts and some reporting ahead of the event soon. And you guys, maybe we can check in after we put that out.
Are we going to see you this week?
You can see me where I'll be standing and coming to you live from. I think very much remains up in the air.
All right.
Yeah, it's just...
It's enough hints, I think. But, you know, the reason I ask is we'll be in the greater Los Angeles area as well.
I know you will.
So,
I know.
I don't know. So we'll see if we see Ed.
Are we going to hear anything?
That's all I'll say.
Are we going to hear anything though on anything else within the Tesla universe? Chargers, for example. Like, is there other stuff that might come out?
My feeling is that Elon's going to try and tell a story that ties all of the arms of the business together.
Okay.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we hear about the Optimus robot program, their work on artificial intelligence, generally speaking, and then how all of that feeds into a future where they're building robo-taxis in service of this ride-hailing service. That's going to be really interesting because now investors are going to have to say, okay, how long are we going to be waiting on this for? And what's the funding of that dream going to look like?
Or if there's a Tim robot in his future.
Yeah, I wish. Can it do dishes? That's all I want.
All right, listen, we're going to look forward to your reporting. No doubt about that. Fun stuff. Wherever you may be or whatever you may be doing, we will certainly be checking it out. All right, Ed, thank you so much. Be well. Ed Ludlow. Safe Travels, co-host of Bloomberg Technology on Bloomberg Television, joining us from San Francisco. Catch him and Caroline Hyde every day at 11 a.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Television, the latest and greatest when it comes to all things technology.
Tesla shares up 1.7% as we speak right now. Wow, beating the major indices. NASDAQ up by 1.4, the S&P 500 up. Let's go ahead and round that up to 1%, Carol. The Dow up 0.3%.
Yeah, and I will say Tesla's been bouncing around this year, but it's definitely off its highs of the year. It's down about 1.5% year to date. So be interesting to see whether or not we get some kind of movement out of this event this week. Time will tell whether or not that happens. Hey, just taking a look.
A lot of exciting stuff happening this week.
Why?
I don't know, you got Bloomberg Screen Time, we'll be there.
Yeah, talking a lot about media and content.
CPI.
CPI, right? Whether or not that changes.
Robo-taxi event. Maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Supposed to happen.
Or more on robots.
Kathy Wood talked to us a little bit about it last week.
She did, like squeeze it in at the end, right?
Yeah.
About what we might get from them. We shall see. The Elon universe continues to evolve, that's for sure. All right, don't go anywhere. Tim and I coming back. We're going to talk a bit more about the trade today. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks holding on to gains with just about 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks with a bid today, with the Dow currently up 166 points. S&P's gained 60, while the NASDAQ is up 1.5%. The U.S. 10-year yield at 4.03%. Gold is lower by 26. Oil is under pressure. And Bitcoin, that's down by 1.3%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were tech and consumer discretionary. Energy was under pressure. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, Intel and Salesforce, while American Express and Chevron led to the downside. After earnings, Pepsi rose 1.8%. And in the auto space, GM said they are on track to build 200,000 EVs in North America in 2024. Wrapping things up, Jamie Dimon said the Fed was right to take the foot off the gas with a 50 basis point cut. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney, to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg type squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
TikTok, everyone. It is that time, Terrell.
It is.
Look at that. Less than 20 minutes to go to the close of trading here in New York City.
Yeah.
Let's get to it. We got Larry Pitkowski with us, managing partner and portfolio manager over at Good Haven Capital Management, joining us from Millburn, New Jersey. Larry, how are you?
I am well. Tim, how are you?
We're doing pretty well. A little bit of a sell-off yesterday and a little bit of a recovery today. Rates, we talked about them earlier today with Michael McKenzie. 10-year back up that 4%. Important milestone, important marker. How are you thinking about the environment right now?
You know, hey, Carol, Tim, it seems to me that we've got an environment where inflation has come down dramatically. The Fed has reduced interest rates and seems to be considering reducing them further. The economy seems okay. You know, in early 2023, a Bloomberg Apollo survey, 70% of the respondents said they expected a recession within 12 months. And that's not to say that I predicted differently. It's just to be reminded of how hard it is to make accurate macro calls with some level of frequency. So if we seem to be in a reasonably functioning economy, we will continue here at Good Haven and just turn over rocks and look for individual situations that we think we have an edge in understanding.
Yeah, you know who else seems to be turning over lots of rocks, or has been for a while, is JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon. And I'm kind of obsessed with this because I think a lot about, when it comes, Larry, to inflation, some of the macro factors that are impacting our environment and have been for a while, and whether it's the pushback on globalization. He talks specifically about longer-term trends, fiscal deficits in the U.S. and around the world. He said the green economy is inflationary, demographics are inflationary, and so this plays into what he thinks that, you know, we'll see higher interest rates maybe being with us for a while. And I do wonder if there are some things that are going on that change the rate environment. Again, you know, it goes back to that new normal. Does that factor in for you at all?
Not terribly. I mean, I certainly pay attention to anything Mr. Dimon has to say. Look, we're at 10-year at 4%. I mean, that may be a dramatically higher level than we've been used to over the last 7, 8, 9 years up until recently, but it's hardly a dramatically higher than normal rate if you go back a bunch of decades. So maybe we all got a little bit used to rates being fictitiously low, and maybe expecting them to go dramatically lower is not the right call. But for us here, you know, we don't think we have a great edge in trying to make those predictions, but I don't think there's anything wrong, you know, with assuming that what we're looking at as far as a interest rate outlook and, you know, inflation a bit above 2% may be where we are for a while. And I don't think that is a dysfunctional place to be, and we'll just, again, keep turning over rocks with that as what seems like the backdrop.
Okay, we want to get to a stock pick that you have. We love talking names. Exor, EXO is the ticker. Why do you love it?
Based in Amsterdam, right? It doesn't, I couldn't find, am I wrong? I couldn't find an ADR.
No ADRs.
Okay.
I mean, there is a 5-letter symbol, which is, NASDAQ has created. But, Tim, I got the hint from Carol that I better show up with a cheap stock that isn't up a lot for the year and has a good story. So the pressure's on. It's kind of stressful, but I'll do my best.
You got to...
We will see. We will see. Continue, please.
You got a tough crowd, Larry, okay?
We will see. Even the preamble wasn't even good enough. All right. Well, look. Exor is the holding company controlled by the Agnelli family, run by John Elkann, which owns a huge amount of Ferrari, Stellantis, and also Philips. The track record there, going by the numbers they have put out recently, is dramatically better than the MSCI over the period they just announced from 09 through the middle of 24. It is a holding company that trades at, let's call it in excess of a 40% discount to NAV. And most importantly, the NAV has dramatically outperformed the benchmark they think is an appropriate benchmark over the, since 09. So what's not to like? And they have been repurchasing shares recently. And the fact that, Carol had a little trouble finding an ADR means maybe it's not, even though it's a 21 billion euro market cap, maybe it's not quite as discovered as it should be.
And is it, forgive me, it's not new to market, or it is new to market?
It is not new to market.
Okay, all right, so maybe this chart
It has been around for a while. I think last year's shareholder letter by Mr. Elkann was particularly clear, and I think they've articulated the game plan, which is to, over time, do a little bit more, in areas such as healthcare as luxury and as such as luxury. Ferrari is the biggest holding by far.
Yeah.
The interesting thing about Ferrari is you saw over the recent couple of months a lot of kind of luxury companies run into a tough time, but no tough times at Ferrari.
Tough times for people who don't have Ferraris.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Come on.
I don't have one either, Tim. I'm with you.
All right, good.
Doesn't mean I don't admire the brand,
Okay.
but I don't have one either.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you.
I'd be too nervous. I'd be too nervous looking for a parking spot.
I do wonder too that we've had a lot of guests, I feel like, over the last 6 to 12 months talking more about opportunities overseas. Are you finding interesting opportunities overseas at this point, or is it still, U.S. Because there's a little bit more maybe clarity about the outlook here?
Well, it's an interesting question, Carol. At the Good Haven Fund, we do have some non-U.S. holdings. We have Exor, we have an amazing Canadian company called TerraVest, and we do cast a wide net. We have a lot of flexibility. We do, when we look outside of the U.S., want to ask ourselves, wait, do we really understand the brand? Do we really understand how it resonates in the local market? But with Exor, though, it's really, the heritage is Italian. It's based in Amsterdam now. It's traded in the Euronext. Ferrari is the biggest holding, then Stellantis, which was the combination of Jeep and Peugeot, and then Philips. I don't think it necessarily requires understanding some particular local habit or local market. These are mostly global brands, and at our Canadian company TerraVest, it's a Canadian and North American marketplace and products we believe we understand. But it is interesting. I think it's fair to say that non-U.S. markets in aggregate may provide more opportunities, but we take it very carefully when we go outside of our home turf. But we're happy with what we found in some of these markets.
All right, good stuff. Sorry, I'm so tough.
She's tough crowd.
It's okay. Well, how'd I do, Carol?
You did okay. You did okay.
Larry, you can come back, okay?
I mean, if you come back, that usually means you did okay.
You're welcome back.
All right, be well, stay safe. Larry Pitkowski, Managing Director, Managing Partner, I should say, and Portfolio Manager at Good Haven Capital Management, joining us from Millburn, New Jersey. I hear that a lot, that I'm tough.
It's not a bad
I have
thing.
a big heart, but I'm a little tough. All right, everybody, stick around.
Notice I'm not saying anything.
I know.
Sometimes you just got to be quiet.
That's a married man. He's just like, not saying anything. That's what married men do. Let the wife, let the lady talk. We're coming back in just a moment.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That's Carol Massar. I'm Tim Stenevec. We're just a couple of minutes away from the closing bell. I don't know if you saw in our show chat, Carol, Elizabeth put in a great story about our continued coverage of the hurricane. We're focusing a lot, obviously, on the people who are getting out. We talked about the businesses that are at a standstill as a result of evacuations. Theme parks across Florida, SeaWorld, Universal, they're closing or restricting access to some areas due to the approaching Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, United Parks and Resorts, the parent of SeaWorld, shutting its Florida theme parks. Busch Gardens in Tampa is closing Tuesday through Thursday because they could get their first hit or severe hit in a very long time. That came out in a statement. SeaWorld Orlando, Aquatica Orlando, and Discovery Cove will close on Wednesday and Thursday. So, yeah, I mean, what these companies are saying, if you think you're going to go or want to go, or I don't know, I would be like, out of the state.
How do you keep the animals safe?
That's a great question.
The company said, quote, our weather preparedness plan is in place and extra precautions have been taken to ensure the safety of our animals during this time. This is according to United Parks and Resorts.
That's a really great question because if they are tanks, right? They are tanks that they're kept in.
They got to have a plan for this.
I don't even want to think about this. That just went kind of depressing.
Maybe they escape.
I'm free.
Did
I'm
they
free.
escape? Free Willy?
Are you really going to go there?
No.
I'm free. I'm like now out in the ocean. Oh my God. That is just.
I don't know how they're going to do it. Universal Resort closing its Universal Studios Florida, Islands of Adventure, and Universal City Walk at 2 on Wednesday, and for all of Thursday. That's according to a post on X. The resort's hotels will remain operational.
I know I shouldn't be laughing because this stuff is serious.
And a full
but I'm
reopening is anticipated for Friday, pending the outcome of the storm's impact.
I'm trying to remember. There was a storm.
We have some colleagues. I was talking to a colleague. He will remain unnamed. His dad lives right in the path of the storm.
And?
He's going to stay there.
Why?
He said he's going to deal with it.
Why?
I don't know. But you have people doing that. It's important to keep that in mind. Also, not everybody can evacuate.
Yeah, not everybody
They
can.
do have evacuation buses, but not everyone is able to evacuate.
Nancy Lyons Sargent, first of all, thank you, in our chat saying during Hugo, dolphins were stuck in people's pools.
Wow.
Because they must have come in, right, from, I would assume, like, off of the coast? I don't know. All right, we're going to be doing some Googling right here.
Yeah.
Is that you?
No, I just, yeah. There's every different angle here.
Yeah, anyway, serious situation and everything's been closed down.
Yeah.
I hope the animals are okay.
You can't, this is a story that we covered a little earlier. Remember, Carol.
God. I don't mean to lose it.
Milton is on track to deal a devastating blow to Florida's Tampa Bay region, potentially delivering the first direct hit from a hurricane in a century, just as residents and businesses were beginning to pick up the pieces from Helene. The area includes the cities of Tampa, St. Pete, Clearwater, home to more than 3 million people. There's a major U.S. military base there, Florida's largest port, beaches that attract tens of millions of tourists a year, a state university with nearly 50,000 students. The implications of this could be huge.
No, listen, we've gone through certainly Hurricane Sandy and different storms here and people moving out of areas. But I've seen it before where people are like, I'm not leaving my home. It's not the first time it happens. We do hope everybody's safe. We do hope the storm diminishes in some ways, but at this point it looks like it's going to be quite a swath, if you will, across the area. Hey, do you want to mention a headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal in terms of Boeing specifically, that it may be cut to junk, we're talking about his debt, by S&P. So just looking to see on the equity side of things if we're seeing any reaction in shares of Boeing. Stock down about 0.2%. So they have moved, it looks like, to their lows, not quite their lows of the day. But anyway, S&P saying Boeing may be cut to junk. All right, folks, do not go anywhere. Over to our TV colleagues. Count you down to the close. The closing bell starting right now.
All your market action coming up right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Scarlett Fu, taking you through the Closing Bell, a global simulcast. It starts right now with Carol Master and Tim Stenovic in the radio booth. Alex Seal still on assignment as we welcome our audiences across our Bloomberg platforms, including our partnership with YouTube here on a dramatically different day, Carol, than what we saw yesterday in U.S. equities.
Yeah, I think this is kind of the norm for us, right? We see just bouncing around. I feel like, we're going to count down to that CPI report. Does that change things again in terms of what people think about interest rates and what the Fed does? We just kind of bounce from tone to tone and sentiment to sentiment.
Everything's kind of higher except for energy. We saw oil plunge and hit the energy sector here in the U.S. after news from Beijing ended without new stimulus measures. So that has energy companies on edge and investors on edge. But other than that, everything else is higher.
There are a lot of catalysts in the market right now, big, broad macro factors, and also, it's obviously with the start of earnings season, there are going to be a lot of company-specific factors, but the consistent message we keep getting is that no one's going to do anything until after the election, until it's clear which administration will be sitting in the White House, because until then, everything's kind of up in the air in terms of policy.
Yeah, absolutely, though you do kind of wonder whether they're going to have the luxury of waiting here. Of course, we have a couple of key economic data points coming up, another Fed meeting, and of course, earnings season, which kicks off this week. So it'll be interesting to see what we hear out of some of these companies and whether that changes the market thesis in any way, shape, or form. We get the closing bells here in New York here on this Tuesday afternoon, and a much different day than what we saw yesterday. Green across the screen here with the S&P 500, not far from its record highs. Record high right around 57.62 and change. It looks like it's going to close today right around 57.51 as we wait for these numbers to settle. That's about 1% higher than where it was yesterday. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up about 0.3%. The NASDAQ Composite up about 1.5%. And the Russell 2000 holding on to modest gains here on the day. It's going to close higher by about 2 points or 0.1%.
Just eking it out. All right, let's go back to the large caps S&P 500. Most names, or a majority, I should say, 313 names to the upside in the S&P 500, guys. 187 losing ground, and Scarlett, 3 unchanged.
All right, let's take a look at how the sectors shake out here on this Tuesday. You have 9 sectors in the green. Tech is leading the way, and that's really semiconductors like an Intel and NVIDIA, communication services, and consumer discretionary also gaining at least 1%. The weak spots in the market are energy, and that's that there we go, that thin red bar there, down 2.6% with 21 out of 22 big cap energy names in the red. Materials losing ground by about 0.4%.
Was that a zoom in on the red bar?
It was.
That was super cool.
All right, let's professionals over here, Carol Master.
So I hear. All right, let's get to some of the individual gainers, guys. Scarlett mentioned about the semiconductor area. NVIDIA up about 4%, so just off its highs of the day. It is one of the top gainers in the NASDAQ 100. Facing concerns about electricity demands of AI computing, they touted the energy efficiency of their latest chips. That was a conference today in Washington. We actually talked to our Ian King about the significance of it. The point is, though, if you're going to be using even more of these chips ultimately to compute, the energy demand is just going to grow as well. Anyway, I should point out shares now up about 12% in the past 5 trading days, longest streak in about 1.5 months. So it has been certainly moving higher. Robinhood, guys, up about 10% in today's trade, or just shy of 10%, surging after the company announced plans to host its first investor day on December 4th in New York. The company said it will share more about its vision for the next 10 or more years. We saw a lot of call options activity, too, on this one. You might remember back in a couple days ago.
Oh, yeah.
Politico, like how you do that. Politico reported that Robinhood's chief legal officer, Dan Gallagher, is emerging as a top contender to head the SEC should Donald Trump find himself back in the White House. One more, DocuSign, a favorite during the pandemic, up about 6.5%, up the most to the highest in more than 2 years. S&P Dow Jones saying that the company will join the S&P Midcap 400 index before trading opens on October 11th. So you saw investors moving into that one.
All right, Carol, with the gainers, I got the decliners. I do want to start with shares of Roblox. They fell by a little over 2%, but earlier in the session, they were down as much as 9.4%. Short seller Hindenburg Research came out, said they're betting against the company. They said Roblox has inflated key metrics and alleged that it doesn't have sufficient safety screens to prevent pedophiles from using the platform. Should note that a Roblox spokesperson said, quote, "We totally reject the claims made in the report. The authors are admittedly short sellers. They have an agenda irrespective of the substance of Roblox's business model and results." I would just give a shout out to Olivia Carville and her story for Business Week that she wrote just a few months ago on this topic. Everybody should go and check that out. Also, to the energy sector, Scarlett talked a little bit about that and what it did in the S&P 500. Oil plunging today. We saw that hit the energy sector here in the U.S. Marathon Petroleum falling 7.7%. It was the worst performing energy name in the S&P 500 today. Fell as the top economic planner in China ended a highly anticipated briefing on Tuesday without a new stimulus measure. China is the world's top crude importer. And speaking of China, I got Carol's NASDAQ Golden Dragon China Index today.
Wait.
Yeah, I got it.
Stole your thunder.
I'm sorry, you got to do it on a day. It fell the most since October of 2022, 6.9% lower. U.S. stocks listed, or Chinese stocks listed here in the U.S. tumbled today because of that lack of new stimulus measure from Beijing. Worst day in a couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely astonishing here to see the unwind that we saw in some of those indices and ETFs. Meanwhile, in the yield space, I guess a relative calm compared to what we had seen in the previous days. That route in the Treasury market easing here on this Tuesday afternoon. You saw a modest drop in yields on the shorter end of the curve, down about 3 basis points on the 2-year, and we're basically just going to call your 10 and 20-year unchanged. Your 30-year yield did tick up higher slightly as well, but once again, the move's too minuscule to really call it anything other than status quo.
All right, that's all the market wrap up. Getting ready for earnings and curious to see what CEOs and the C-suite have to say about kind of their workforce, because right now we've got already Home Depot saying that all of its corporate employees are required to work a full day, so a full 8 hours at its stores every quarter. They're trying to support their retail staff who have found it more and more challenging.
I think this is brilliant.
Yeah, me too.
For a few reasons. I mean, one, the whole idea of understanding what other employees go through, what your coworkers go through. If you're sitting in an office running a company that has so many workers on the front lines and trying to develop policies to interact with customers, ways to make things more efficient, ways to make employees work better, what better way to do that than actually going? I'm surprised this doesn't happen at every company.
Maybe this should be a new thing, like a new trend among leadership at for CEOs to have all the top senior executives spend some time on the front lines.
Yeah, and I mean, I was actually surprised that they weren't doing this already. I mean, you would think a company, particularly like Home Depot, that's so sort of customer forward there, would have already had something implemented. But I don't see anything but good coming out of this.
Right? Yeah, especially amid store theft and just the stress of it and. Anyway, so
store theft? Are you saying you're putting these people in harm's way now?
Well, yeah, no. People, when there are people coming in and they might take something, a lot of the store employees are like, I can't stand in the way because who knows what's going to happen, right?
Yeah. You think the corporate employees are going to stand in the way?
Well, no. At least they'll understand what their employees are dealing with, right?
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
They can now see.
Yeah, I was in a CVS and I saw the same thing. People walked in, the cashier looked at them, was like, oh, here it goes.
Here it goes. Yeah.
And,
let's see what happens.
They walked out with Funyuns and Skittles.
There you go. The other story that we're watching, which I thought was really interesting, was Qantas Airways apologizing after it inadvertently put on a movie for everyone across every screen in the cabin, which was it was called Daddy-O with Dakota Johnson and Sean Penn, and it was an R-rated movie, and there were some like adult topics in the movie, but it was playing for everyone because there's a problem with the screen and people couldn't make their own individual movie selection. So Qantas had to apologize, but rival carrier Air New Zealand tweeted out that plot twist, we let you choose your own movies as a way to, troll Qantas.
So Daddy-O on every screenio, huh?
There you go.
That was Daddy-O.
Yeah, apparently users on Reddit said it was impossible for individual passengers to turn off the movie.
What do you guys do? Like, every once in a while you watch a movie, and, there's obviously a scene that, it's not that it's, R-rated, but
uncomfortable?
I get uncomfortable when I look at the person next to me, and I'm like, oh, should I shut this off? It's a weird
Well, they have warnings now on some of the movies that you choose.
Yeah. But when it happens, it happens, right?
They blur out some stuff,
just keep in mind that there are other people around when you're watching this. I've seen that.
Huh. Yeah. Okay, interesting.
You got nothing for us, Romain?
Huh?
Get nothing?
No, I just
read.
I just read Carol Master.
Old
I just read my books. Little Shakespeare. Adam Smith.
Nice. Nice.
Light reading.
Don't believe it,
Yeah.
everybody.
The wealth of nations through a man.
All right, moving along. That's going to do
Actually,
it.
it's Ethereum Moral Center, but close.
You're just such an interesting guy. All right, across.
I'm watching Veep, and he's reading, Adam Smith. Okay.
I'm watching Emily in Paris. All right, guys, that's a wrap. Across platform, radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals, we do it all. Scarlett and Romaine continuing on TV. We're going to continue here on YouTube and, of course, on Bloomberg Radio. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
Actually, just to clarify, we're going to be traveling tomorrow. We're going to head to LA Screen Time.
Yep.
And we're going to be doing a live broadcast from there. Really cool guests in terms of media content and production. So that's going to be fun on Thursday. So I think Katie and Matt might be in the chair.
Yeah.
Kind of working it through.
And then Thursday we're there. We're doing the 3-hour show from there.
Yes.
It's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah.
We have a great lineup. I don't want to talk about it yet. Can we talk about it? All right.
Got some folks from Peacock.
Yeah. We got some cool stuff.
City Football Group.
Yep. The CEO of Kubrick, which is this really cool company.
You're doing a panel, right?
Yeah, with her, Pinar Demerdog. The idea is you build sets and immersive worlds with AI. She gave a demo to me on the phone on a Zoom a few weeks ago.
That's pretty cool.
And they're legit building these sets in AI that traditionally would have been built in like a gaming by a gaming
company
team.
Yeah.
But would have cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. You can just kind of like snap your fingers and build it. It's pretty incredible.
Well,
to
that's
see what
interesting.
they're doing.
Yeah, in terms of what it can do. Hey, listen, one thing we'll be bringing that to you on Thursday. But right now, a lot of what we talk about, yes, it's about the U.S. economy. It's also connected to what's going to happen with the election.
Yeah, the Pew Research Center out with a survey back in September. It indicates that even though black registered voters overwhelmingly support Vice President Kamala Harris, Joe Biden in 2020 actually fared better. It's a bit of apples and oranges here, so bear with me, of those statistical folks out there. It's a survey versus what actually happened in the election. So in 2020, 92% of black voters voted for Biden, while 8% voted for Trump. Today, Carol, 84% of black voters say they'd vote for Harris. 13% would vote for Trump. That's if the election were held today, again, according to Pew.
All right, so let's see what our next guest has to say about this. Adrienne Shropshire is certainly familiar with these trends. She's executive director of Black PAC. It's a Democratic political action committee that works to engage African-American voters, and that's exactly what they're doing right now with less than a month to go until the election. She joins us from Los Angeles. So good to have you back with us. Why isn't Vice President Kamala Harris doing as well as Joe Biden did with black voters? What's your take on that?
I agree that it's a little bit of apples to oranges comparison here, and so I think that when we're looking at, if we looked at where Joe Biden was with black voters a month out, and I'm not looking at that at the data, but my recollection is that when we looked at the surveys. During the same period, I would guess that Joe Biden was in the 80s as well.
Yeah.
Election results are different, right? And so it's a little bit of apples to oranges comparison. I think it is looking at where he was in surveys and in polls, where just a month out from the election is a better comparison. And I think that they're right in the same territory. I mean, she actually has a pretty significant level of support among black voters. I think that what we're paying attention to is how that support increased significantly. Like her support increased significantly once she moved to the top of the ticket, and we continue to see it tick up.
Okay. Interesting. What about when it comes to what you're seeing in terms of engaging younger voters? Are you seeing that they are engaged with Harris right now, or is that a struggle?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot of my take on where we are right now is that there is still just a lot of voters to reach. And that includes younger voters. It includes, black men. It includes younger black women. I think younger voters in general. And I think that, she has been running a campaign for just a little over 2 months, which, obviously is in a system like ours, that is a pretty short period of time to try and reach and convince voters to show up and vote. So, I think that we're seeing the support for her again increase. Is it where it needs to be? No. Are voters well positioned to receive the information? There's a lot of both kind of digital communication that needs to continue to happen. There's a lot of door knocking that needs to happen to reach voters. I think that there's a lot of combating of mis and disinformation. I think that when we see, skeptical voters oftentimes, or voters who, are pretty undecided and uncertain about whether or not they're going to support the vice president, a lot of it is because they've heard information that's just inaccurate. And, we talk about misinformation and disinformation. Some of it's just straight propaganda.
Yeah.
But we know that the voters have been targeted.
Well, that's what I'm curious, though. When you talk to Black voters, what's top of mind for them? I mean, we obviously have talked so much about the economy, but also concerns about inflation. What is top of mind for, and I know it's hard to kind of lop everybody together, but in terms of Black voters, when you guys are out and about, what is top of mind where they think potentially or possibly that one candidate could be better over the other?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, no different than most of the country. And I think that this cuts across all the demographics, right, within the groups within the Black electorate. No different from other folks, the economy is top of mind. People are worried about costs. Obviously, that's everything from groceries to rent, the ability to even buy a home. We hear that a lot. People feeling like they're just priced out, that they'll never actually own a home. So there's an affordability issue that people are deeply concerned about. But that's true for every election, right? The economy is the top issue for folks in every election. When we look at Black voters and what people identify as the top issues, there's a whole host of what I would say are issue angst that people have. So there is obviously the economy. People are deeply concerned about democracy, and so what gets wrapped up in that for people is people being concerned about the erosion of rights, whether that is the erosion of voting rights, whether that is the erosion of reproductive rights. People are concerned about gun violence, and particularly the illegal guns that are on the street that cause insurmountable suffering in communities. People are concerned about education.
So I'm glad you brought up guns. What did you make of Kamala Harris on 60 Minutes talking about her own Glock?
Yeah, I mean, so one of the things that, and this is obviously, this is a long-standing issue that for us comes up in every time that we're engaged in on the doors, talking to Black voters. The issue of crime in general, right? I think this is the other thing that I always feel like is an important distinction to make, is that oftentimes when Black voters talk about crime and they're concerned about crime, they are very specifically talking about gun violence, and looking for reforms and looking for ways to curtail the violence that people see on their streets in a daily on a daily basis in some cases. Yeah. And so it's a critical issue. I think that the vice president is right, and obviously is clear about the importance of this issue in communities across the country, certainly, but within Black communities in particular, to be talking about this issue in ways that really are getting at how do we solve the problem. I think that there are ways in which prior to her ascendance to the top of the ticket, how they talked about what the administration had done in terms of gun reform was also, really important for the voters that we were talking about. So the number of people who hadn't heard, and when we talked about what the administration had done on this issue, increased their support for the administration. So I think to be drilling down on this issue is critical. And again, it's obviously in communities across the country, but this is a huge issue for Black voters.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there, Adrienne. You got to come back before the election, which is less than a month away. Really do appreciate you taking the time. Adrienne Shropshire, she's executive director of Black PAC. It's a Democratic Political Action Committee that works to engage African-American voters. She joined us over the summer as well. If you missed that conversation, you can check it out on our podcast.
Just want to mention a headline crossing the Bloomberg. The Brazilian Supreme Court Justice lifting the ban on X, formerly known as Twitter. This is coming from Globo. So, again...
It's 421 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A move higher for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. Stocks closed very close to session highs. In fact, the S&P is within striking distance of another record. Today, up 55, a gain of 1%, 57.51 where the S&P stands. The Dow advanced 126, up 0.3%. NASDAQ was up 259, up by 1.5%. The world's largest tech companies drove stocks higher, with the market rebounding from its worst session in a month. The 10-year, 4.01%. The 2-year, 3.96%. Gold down $20 the ounce to $26.22, a drop of 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude slumped 4.2%, 73.86 a barrel on WTI. Roblox shares slumped after short seller Hindenburg Research said it is betting against the gaming platform. Hindenburg said in its report that Roblox X has inflated key metrics and alleged it does not have sufficient safety screens to prevent pedophiles from reusing its platform. Roblox says it believes it is a safe and secure platform. Also, it has complete faith in the financial metrics it reports. Roblox today down 2.1%. Recapping, S&P up 55, a gain of 1% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Carol, you remember earlier this year,
yes,
we spoke to Rebecca and Josh Tickle.
Yes.
Remember that? The
Yes.
filmmakers
Very
behind
cool
the documentary
documentary.
Common Ground. They joined us from Ojai. All about regenerative farming and the movement in regenerative farming. It's the idea that soil health is everything, and food production and industrial farming essentially just wreak havoc on the environment. Instead, with regenerative farming, it undoes the damage that's been done for generations.
Yeah, regenerative farming is something that Camilla Marcus has focused on for years. She is a chef and founder of Westbourne. It was the first certified zero-waste restaurant in New York City. It's now an online foods business that has the goal to, quote, send nothing to the landfill.
She's also got a new cookbook out. It's called My Regenerative Kitchen, Plant-Based Recipes and Sustainable Practices to Nourish Ourselves and the Planet. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Welcome back to New York.
Thank you.
How much do you miss New York? Be honest with us.
A lot. I always say my heart's probably in Chicago because I'm born in Los Angeles, but my heart's definitely in New York. So,
but you're a
consider
Californian.
myself kind of a
You're-
Midwesterner.
You're a Californian now.
I am second generation LA native. Not many
Okay.
can say that.
So New York's done for now.
Never say never.
Okay.
I like to think of myself. I'm pretty bi-coastal. I'm here every 4 weeks. My firstborn was born in New York, and my kids definitely know everything about New York.
Okay, so we'll talk more New York. We got a nice chunk of time with you. I'm talking about New York because we got a lot of listeners and viewers in New York, Carol.
Okay.
They're familiar with the restaurant.
Okay.
So yeah, they got to know if she's coming back.
Go ahead. Got a question?
Yeah, I got a question.
Maybe I never left.
Explain the regenerative movement and sort of how it found you, how you found it.
I really found the regenerative movement through my work in restaurants. I mean, I'm a professionally trained chef. I've worked for a bunch of different chefs and restaurateurs here in New York City. I had my own restaurant in Soho, and I think when you really dig into the supply chain, you're nothing without your farmers, right? Everything starts at the source. I always say sustainability and food quality and flavor start with our ground. And I really think it was sort of starting in that world about 15 years ago, meeting farmers and realizing the disconnect from who's shopping in a grocery store to what's happening at the earth and how vitally important that system is. It's the only system that can pull down carbon in time. For my generation that's obsessed with climate change, it sort of was this light bulb of why isn't every dollar and every effort that we have pouring into this system and into this massive land transition? And that's really our only hope to solve it.
And yet, industrialized farming still exists.
We do a lot of things that aren't logical here in the States.
Well, I am curious, in your process of building your restaurant and just learning more about this, that how entrenched it is and how difficult it is to shift to more regenerative farming. Can we do it? We talk about organic. I don't know, it's still probably smaller, right? In terms of...
Versus conventional?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just how do we get there? Because I feel like Chipotle was somebody who talked a lot about trying to do food production in a much, much better way and a regenerative way years ago. So I'm just how do we get there? Can we get there?
I think that's really the ethos of the book is if every single one of us made one decision today to do a regenerative practice in their home, whether that's buying a regenerative food at the grocery store, getting in touch with a regenerative farm. So many, especially now the internet, you can buy these products online direct,
right?
Direct from the source, cooking in a way that's a little bit more mindful of climate. If every single one of us did just one thing, yeah, we could turn the system on its head.
Am I moving the needle by composting?
Yes.
Really?
Drastically.
I do
Have
feel
you read the book? I share the data.
Share the
look
data.
at carbon. No, but the data's there. You look at the carbon capture. It turns your entire kitchen into being, carbon negative from carbon positive just by composting. And now there's so many home systems. There's no excuse.
Here's why I ask. In a city like New York, we now have composting citywide, but I can't imagine us doing this without having a weekly collection for compost. People live in multifamily, people live in apartments. It's not something they can definitely, necessarily just go throw in their backyard in a composter.
Except now there's companies like Lomi and Mill where you can absolutely do it anywhere. If you own a trash bin, you can own one of these systems and you absolutely can do it anywhere. It wasn't like it was even 3 years ago. again, I think the technology, the startups, the support, the financial systems absolutely have made composting accessible.
Am I understanding that more and more products are getting marked with regenerative? Like they're noting it so that if you are looking to do the right thing, as you said, each of us can do it by buying a product, starting there. You can find the markings. Is that right? That's correct?
Absolutely. The jeans I'm wearing are regenerative cotton. We're partnering on this cookbook tour with Citizens of Humanity. They have the same mission and the same aha moment that I had, which is from the clothes you wear to the beauty products you use to what you're buying in a grocery store. We make more decisions about food and beverage in our daily lives than anything else.
I want to ask you costs, though, and I think about something
Get it
like
a lot.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about what the cost is for things and whether this is just a small sliver of the economy that can actually, you know, partake in this regenerative cycle.
I really don't agree that it's just down to cost, and I will say because I think if you pair it with a more waste-oriented practice in your home, which is what the book, again, holistically is trying to explain, if you're thinking about quality over everything and less is more, upcycling things in your home kitchen, not throwing out food. I mean, we all know the stats. We throw out a lot of food in America. It's not that we don't grow enough to feed our communities, it's that we waste too much. If you really think about quality of ingredients, supporting these farms, supporting these products, but buying less and being more creative in how you cook, I think net, you'd have more of the masses participating.
We talk about this. Like, I know in my household, like, we're trying to shop more often. My daughter spent some time overseas, and she's like, everybody shops daily. It's a very different
Eggs don't
way.
go in the refrigerator.
Right, exactly. You know, but this quantity of that we have to have so much stuff, food or otherwise. It's, I don't know how we, as a society, certainly here in the United States, get away from that.
I think the truth is we have to. I mean, I think that's what the book is trying to also siren a little bit is, in a very beautiful and lovely way, sound the alarm of we kind of don't have a choice of continuing down the path. That's really the truth. So how do we change? Our hand's kind of being forced already, right? The climate crisis is looming. Traditional industrial farming is not working, both from a health and a sustainability standpoint. We're not going to be able to grow more food if we don't change our ways.
So let's zoom out a little bit and talk about...
Climate change is reducing some of the land we've got.
Yeah, talk about some of the issues with modern farming, because I think when people go to the store, they don't necessarily realize that what they're buying may have been grown in a way that isn't necessarily good for the environment, and in fact is bad for the environment. I think regenerative, the concept of regenerative is still very new to a lot of people and unfamiliar to a lot of people.
Yeah, you know, my philosophy is always, I don't know that I care whether someone can define it. I don't think most people can define organic. It means pesticide and chemical free, but I don't think the average person is going to say that. It doesn't roll off the tongue. Same with regenerative. It's really all about the soil. Best way to remember it, soil's a 4-letter word. It's the thing we need to care the most about, and it's the most tied to our health. What's better for the earth is always better for our health. When we have farming practices that care about carbon in the soil and health of the soil, we get better for you foods that are higher in nutrient density.
Do you think the government needs to get involved and say, okay, these things are allowed, these things are not allowed?
Absolutely. Look, I always say follow the money, right? We are in an industrial stranglehold in agriculture because of the Industrial Revolution following World War II.
People would say that about fossil fuels in many ways, right?
Exactly.
But anyway, go ahead.
No, the context has changed, but the policies are still sort of stuck back in time. We say we need to be more progressive, go back in time before that industrialization. And the difference you asked about regenerative, the best way to think about it is, in one hand, you're holding that soil that you get when you're planting something in your home. It's black, it has organisms, it's wet, it's moist, versus picking up dirt around a tree, right, on the side of the road, or, you know, here in Manhattan. One is chalky, dry, it's sort of a dull brown color. That's the difference between traditional farming and regenerative farming. I'm a visual person, so I like to think of it in that way.
But, and don't hate me for going back to this, but I mean, in terms of the cost of a regenerative farm, is it more expensive to do right now?
Again, I think it depends on how you look at it. Is it a shift in practices that require capital investment? Yes. Does it pay back and reset the farm? Absolutely. And the biggest long-term shift in that, and whether it costs more to me, is those yields are going down. They are not, these existing farms that have industrial practices and traditional modern farming, they're not able to grow the same that they were last year, the year before, and the year before.
The soils, right?
So at some point, that cost structure is going to surpass. So maybe today there's an argument to say that, but I would argue that's the fallacy that the incumbents want you to believe. It's not actually true when you look at the next 7 years.
So where should we be getting our food?
Couple places. First, as locally as possible. Most communities have some form of a farmer's market. I think second, thinking about, again, buying directly from farms. There's CSA boxes, dried products from all these incredible sources from around the country. And then third, going to your grocery store, asking for regenerative brands, talking to the manager, going on shelf and looking for that word regenerative. It's what I talk about in the book, from rice to pasta to sauces to our West Warren avocado oil. All your basic staples now. There's a lot of brands out there doing the good work.
I think, you know, it is no different than when we kind of shifted towards organic, right? And looking for it. And I think we all have figured out how to do that. What? You look like you wanted to ask something.
I think the Tickles told us the same thing, to
Yeah.
go to the grocery store and ask about this stuff, because we're kind of the front line of this.
Right.
You know, the customer.
Always look at regenerative cotton, right? When Patagonia was one of the first to do, you know, organic cotton. Now it's table stakes to have organic cotton in your wardrobe.
How
but
often do you find that, organic cotton? I'm trying to think, like when I go shopping. I guess you
organic
see it
cotton
fair-
now is really sort of the baseline, I think. Even,
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even at, you know, again, accessible mass market companies and brands, organic cotton's everywhere. It wasn't 10 years ago. Now regenerative textiles is the next wave, like I said, from jeans to, you know, upcycled products for your sunglasses, your glasses that you're wearing. I think you're seeing it actually more trailblazing in fashion and beauty, and I think food's behind, which is what we're trying to catch up.
No, I think it's you know, it's funny because we've done a lot too on fashion, and I think the fashion industry increasingly is looking at its impact on the environment. Camilla, we're gonna take a break for a moment, but do you feel like you get the audiences that you want to kind of spread this message?
Yeah, we want everyone.
No, I don't mean just like us, but I mean, like, listen, I don't know, do industrial farmers, will they talk? Like, are they open to changing their ways?
Look, 50% of American land is still farmland, which I think most people are very surprised. All of that land
50%.
is up. 50%
I always
of
feel
American
like
land.
it when we take a West Coast trip, which we're getting ready to do. Like, I love watching At the Plant, and I'm like amazed at how much farmland is out there.
That's where our food comes from. Mostly,
No, I know.
mostly
I know, but
California, though.
All right,
Mostly
all right,
like
all
the
right.
last bit of the flight.
You're just really funny today, aren't you?
Super funny, yeah.
Don't talk about animals in the storm, okay? Just don't go there. No, but it's just interesting. I do wonder if they're open to making those changes.
Like I said, the writing's on the wall. We have to remember that most farmers live on their land, and they're seeing how the environment has impacted their yields. I think the choice of A or B doesn't exist as much anymore.
We're going to come back, continue with Camila Marcus, talk about her book, My Regenerative Kitchen. This is Bloomberg.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advanced today with the world's largest tech companies driving stocks higher. Equities closing within striking distance of their records. The S&P 500 index today up by 1%. Chip makers led the gains. NVIDIA extending a 5-day rally to 14%. NVIDIA today up by 4%. The S&P up 55, up 1%. NASDAQ up 1.5% today, while the Dow was up 126 points, up 0.3%. 10-year 4.01%, with the 2-year yielding 3.96%. Gold tumbled $22 the ounce to $26.20, down 0.8%, while West Texas Intermediate crude retreated 4.3%, $73.81 a barrel. As for the market backdrop, Larry Pitkowski is managing partner at Good Haven Capital, and he was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
It seems to me that we've got an environment where inflation has come down dramatically. The Fed has reduced interest rates and seems to be considering reducing them further. The economy seems okay.
Larry Pitkowski of Good Haven Capital. Brazil's Supreme Court has authorized the return of X after Elon Musk complied with its demands. And Home Depot says it will begin requiring corporate employees to work a full day at one of its stores every quarter, a move the company says is aimed at supporting its retail staff. According to the memo, employees, including senior management and remote workers, will have to complete an 8-hour shift beginning in the fourth quarter of the year. Home Depot up today by 1.5%, rival Lowe's up 1.7%. Recapping, S&P up 1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Much appreciated, Charlie Pellet there. Let's get back to our conversation. We're talking with Camilla Marcus. She is the chef and founder of Westbourne. It was the first certified zero-waste restaurant in New York City. It's now an online foods business. She is the author, too, of a new book, My Regenerative Kitchen, Plant-Based Recipes and Sustainable Practices to Nourish Ourselves and the Planet. And she's right here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Your story, though, you started a restaurant. Take us back there. 2018, I believe.
Yeah.
Not an easy thing to do.
If it were easy, everyone would do it. That's what my dad always said.
Tell us about that process.
Oh, gosh.
I mean, yeah.
Look, opening a restaurant business, period, in this country is very hard. Unfortunately, the country's not so supportive of small businesses. And it's interesting, right? Restaurants are the second largest employer next to healthcare, and yet they hire more people per square footage. And yet again, we talked earlier about following the money, very little incentives. Most restaurants pay 30% corporate taxes when you tally it all up. Kind of brutal when you compare it to other businesses that employ a lot less Americans. So it's tough. The cards are stacked against you, but I think we're all crazy and for the love of the game and the impact that it can make, I think, on connecting the food system to all of us in the public. It's powerful.
What do you think is the long-term effect or long-term consequence of what restaurants went through during the pandemic?
Oh, big question. Look, I think
because you were very involved in trying to save restaurants. You were out there lobbying for these small businesses.
Trying to save your own.
That was a big part of it.
I helped start Roar here in New York, where we did cash assistance along with the Robin Hood Foundation, as well as the Independent Restaurant Coalition, which is still in existence, working tirelessly. The team is still activated. So I would say the overhang and sort of the pain of it all is still there. I mean, look at what's happening now, in the southern part of this country with the hurricane. It's hard enough to operate these businesses. It really got crushed during the pandemic, and I don't think anyone's really come out of it. And then you continue to get just really heavy regulation. Every time, when we even talked about penalty, right? You look at the straw ban. Amazon doesn't get a plastic ban, but restaurants somehow, have to constantly go through hoops of, you have to accept cash. You can't do straws. There's all these regulations that come down so that it's a nice headline, but where's really the support for an industry that's always been a big game changer when it comes to agriculture, right? Everything we learn about biodiversity often comes from restaurants. You learn about new ingredients, new farming techniques. We talked about organics. So much of that language comes from when you dine out and you learn from chefs around the country who are usually the first adopters. And yet we don't really have writ large government support for making these strong, viable businesses that are critically important to our farming system important to feed people, and massive employers.
Camilla, why doesn't that happen? Here we are in an election year. Is it the lobby group isn't strong enough or donating enough? Like, I'm just curious because, as you say, follow the money. In politics, that's true in terms often of who gets heard.
I think it's that, but I also think it's the nature of the business. You know, during the pandemic, one of our big taglines was, you know, we are collectively we are each a small business technically, but collectively we're obviously a massive industry. I think that's part of the problem is, right, you look at aerospace, there's a handful, you can count on your hands how many players that the government has to negotiate. I think we get written off because it's, everyone's so different. It's a bunch of small businesses. Who knows what the owners want? But there are very similar through lines through all of them. And I think it's really just being very daunted that there's so many players involved versus seeing it as a bigger industry like a healthcare, which it is.
Is there also local rules and laws versus federal? Like, I'm just curious.
Local, state, federal. I mean, you name it.
Right, for restaurants.
Look, it's great headlines. You guys know you're in the news business. Yeah. Everything's about clickbait and splashiness. And when you regulate a restaurant or you come down hard on things related to labor, real estate, again, food, it all makes for really good headlines when you pass a regulation, but they don't really think about the ripple effects.
Want to talk about the book?
Yeah, I want to get back to the book. Kind of.
I could go deep on that, you know.
You said nothing's off limits, so I have some really important questions. We have kids that are like the same age. My 5-year-old is a very picky eater.
I love these questions.
What are you cooking for your kids, and how do you get them to eat it?
So I'm going to go back, which is one, grow something in your house. It's a big tenet of the book. I find that children look at food totally differently. Even if you do windowsill herbs and you have them putting herbs in their own dish, quote unquote cook, my son can literally cook his own meal at a stove with a knife. They understand cutting boards, they know knife safety. My 3.5-year-old fully can chop things for me. Have them participate in meals, but it really starts at the source. Grow something, have them watching my children understand that a strawberry takes a certain amount of time, that a squash is something that they took care of every single day for months. There's a very different, most kids, I would be shocked if a child wouldn't eat something that they actually grew. It's like the part of being human and having an ego, play into that with your own children, give them authorship. It's very hard not to get into it when you're part of it. So grow something, include them in cooking, and then give them a lot of agency and choice. Put out different sauces, have them decide. My kids also do our grocery shopping. They go to the grocery store, they go to our farmer's market, and they have to live up to what we call Top Chef challenges. They have to pick a new fruit or vegetable every single month. They have to try something new. Our rule in our house is you don't have to like it, but you have to try it. You can't just refuse. And then we talk about what are we gonna have this week? What are we gonna try? What are you into? What did you like? What did you not like? But I think also making it very interactive and giving them a form of agency of, okay, you can have broccoli, but there's first of all, there's many kinds of broccoli out there. And let's talk to the farmer. My kids have to pay. They have to actually procure their own produce. And then when we cook, let's talk about grilling. Let's talk about, roasting. Let's talk about steaming. Let's talk about raw. And we talk about all those different things and how they can make it different ways. Again, giving them agency. And then I'd say lastly, educate. Kids love information. Talk about what each fruit and vegetable is doing in their body. I mean, my kids will use the word vitamin C. I mean, my 3-year-old knows what that means. Talk about, does it help your eyes? Does it help your bones? Does it help your muscles? And then how does that relate to their day and being higher performance and fuller?
I just want to make the honey nut squash with fried squash seeds. 30 seconds.
I did that over the weekend.
30 seconds. Who is this book for?
Everyone. It really is. Again, it doesn't mean you have to adopt it all, but I get a lot of questions about kids and families and who's it for, the cost. Every single one of us could pick one thing out of that book and do it and adopt it and feel really excited and fulfilled after. I promise you will feel better and you'll realize that it's actually not that hard to make that change. You'll tell a friend, they'll tell a friend, and we spread it like wildfire.
And I feel like the world is increasingly, at least in my circle, moving towards those plant-based diets increasingly. Camilla, thank you so much. This was fun.
Thank you.
Good luck, good luck. Camilla Marcus, My Regenerative Kitchen, plant-based recipes and sustainable practices to nourish ourselves and the planet. I know what you're doing today.
It's squash season.
I love squash.
I spent all weekend cooking squash.
Show your kids all the varietals and go make it different ways. Get them involved.
All right, everybody, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week.
Thank you.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. We got in the studio right now Sebastian Escobar because for the period of time between September and October,
Kind of mid-September to mid-October, right?
Hispanic Heritage Month. And here at Bloomberg, we take a look at what's going on each and every day. Hey, Sebastian.
Hey there, guys. Well, let me tell you, today, in this month in 2014, the fashion world lost an icon with the passing of Dominican fashion designer Oscar de la Renta at the age of 82. De la Renta was the first Latino designer to design for a French house. The Oscar de la Renta brand became famous for its converging of European design with American fashion. His house was founded in 1965 in New York, and years later, the brand became known for boosting the public image of several U.S. First Ladies, such as Nancy Reagan, Hillary Clinton, Laura Bush, and even Jacqueline Kennedy, as well as some Hollywood A-listers like Oprah Winfrey, Nicole Kidman, and Taylor Swift. His work was known for its refined silk prints, ruffles, and vibrancy, while still being luxury casual. Subsequently, Oscar de la Renta also stood out for his humanitarian work, where he founded an orphanage called Casa del Niño and 2 schools with special classes for blind and deaf-mute children in his native Dominican Republic. And that's this month in Hispanic Heritage. I'm Sebastian Escobar.
That's a great one. Iconic in the fashion industry. As you said, many first ladies, but he continued to multiple generations of celebrities. Just kind of classic, but just perfect, like in terms of his way of designing. He really was, when you think about some of the big designers and names, that was really a big one.
He lived until October of 2014, been, 10 years since he's been gone.
And he and his wife, Annette, they were like well-known on the social circuit. Like they were just well-known, certainly here in New York City and elsewhere, but really cool stuff.
Yeah, and he's earned many awards from the Metropolitan Opera and even a medal from the Spanish government back in the day for all the work that he's done. So truly an icon in the fashion world.
All right, great stuff, as always. Sebastian, thank you so much. What are you doing, knocking down stuff in the studio? I'm just kidding.
Special shout out, Sebastian is going to be with us in Hollywood for Bloomberg Screen Time. If you're not able to attend in person, lots of cool stuff that you'll be able to see at Bloomberg.com. Go to BloombergLive.com. Check everything out on the Bloomberg terminal. Just a fantastic lineup.
We mentioned the parks closing. I just want to point out to Disney, Walt Disney Parks in Orlando will begin closing in phases starting at about 1 p.m. tomorrow. Company putting this out on a website. This is, of course, due to Hurricane Milton approaching the state. The world's largest theme park operator, so the resorts would likely stay closed on Thursday. A water park, miniature golf facilities, and campgrounds will also be shut down. And then we talked earlier about
everything that's happening. Everything that's happening in Florida. Meant to say, too, we're still trying to understand look, obviously front and center for this is the human toll and the disruption that we see with the millions of people who are supposed to be evacuating from the path of the storm. The city of Tampa, St. Petersburg, and Clearwater, home to more than 3 million people, a major U.S. military base, Florida's largest port, beaches that attract tens of millions of tourists a year, a state university with nearly 50,000 students. You and I were talking about all the conferences that happen.
So many people.
In this part of the country throughout the year.
Been to many.
The disruption, not to mention the actual sheer terror of it, I think, for so many people, but the disruption, in addition to potential damage for insurance companies, for home builders, expensive areas. Unclear what it's going to be.
Yeah, people's homes, safety of individuals. I got to say, though, as you know, in the investment community, something we talk about when there are disasters, catastrophe bonds. This is one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg. Investors in catastrophe bonds girding themselves for substantial losses as the combined destructive force of hurricanes Helene and Milton looks set to trigger payment clauses on a scale not seen in not seen in years specifically. So we talk about the insurance costs and the frequency of these storms, the severity of these storms are making things like, these type of investments maybe not as secure as some had thought.
This scenario, which forecasters are currently predicting, would have the potential to exceed the fallout of Hurricane Ian back in 2022. Ian's impact led to an initial 10% slump in Swiss Re Catastrophe Bond Index back in September of that year. It sent shockwaves through catastrophe bond portfolios. It fed an issuance boom as insurers shifted more of the risk on their books over to the capital markets.
Right. And in case you don't know, cat bonds or catastrophe bonds are issued by insurers and reinsurers to provide financial protection against the most severe natural disasters. Investors who buy the bonds stand to make large gains if a predefined event doesn't occur, but can lose a big chunk of their capital if it does. Those losses are used to cover insurance claims. So, yeah. The bigger these storms, right? It's maybe not what everybody had anticipated.
Look, we're still talking about Hurricane Helene. Cat bond investors also may take a hit from the inland flooding caused by that storm. Moody's RMS estimates that the U.S. private market insured losses from Helene will be $8 billion to $14 billion.
All right, everybody, we are going to continue to track the storm. Certainly, our team here at Bloomberg will continue to do that over the next couple of days. So we'll see, fingers crossed, that maybe this storm diminishes somewhat. In the meantime, Tim and I are going to head out on a plane tomorrow. We're going to head to the West Coast, Los Angeles, for the Bloomberg Live Screen Time event. Everything and anyone in terms of content creation, we're going to be talking to.
Tomorrow night, Snoop Dogg will be there. Bella Bajaria, the chief content officer over at Netflix. You got Sean Evans, the host of Hot Ones. You got the CEO of OnlyFans, the creator of South Park. The list just continues to go on.
Yep, and we're going to be featuring them on our live broadcast 2 to 5 p.m. on Thursday, and then we're going to be featuring them too in our weekend show, so lots to come your way. In the meantime, just a reminder of how we finished up on this Tuesday, up about 1% on the S&P 500, up about 1.5% on the NASDAQ 100. This is as we get ready for a CPI inflation print later in the week. We'll see how that plays out. And then, of course, we get the big bank earnings come Friday. That's going to do it for Tim and me. We'll be talking with you on Thursday. Do not go anywhere. Balance of Power starts right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power alongside Joe Matthew. I'm Caitlin Lyons.
On track to be a once-in-a-century storm, Hurricane Milton is bearing down on the Gulf Coast of Florida, now back at Category 5 and taking aim at Tampa Bay.
It would be the first direct hit to Tampa since 1921. President Biden canceling plans to travel abroad this week as federal rescue workers brace for a second hurricane in 12 days. We'll be joined by former FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate.
Vice President Kamala Harris adding to her economic proposals during a media blitz today in New York. We'll talk about the role the economy is playing on the campaign trail with former Republican Senator Pat Toomey of Pennsylvania and with our political panel. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and Radio. I am Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons with another test here, Kaylee, for emergency personnel, for the presidential candidates, and of course for the president himself.
Well, that's absolutely true. The state of Florida is bracing for what could be an incredibly powerful storm, as we mentioned, now back at Category 5 strength with wind speeds north of 160 miles an hour. And according to the public advisory just put out by the National Hurricane Center, Florida residents should get their families and homes ready to evacuate if told to do so.
Massive evacuations that we're seeing across the peninsula here. The mayor of Tampa saying earlier on CNN, Kaylee, either evacuate those zones tonight or die. Considering the stakes here, the next 24 hours are going to be critical. We did hear from Joe Biden a little bit earlier today at the White House.
We're driving up preparedness for Hurricane Milton, which could be one of the worst storms in 100 years. I've spoken to all the political leaders in the region, some of them more than once, and I've told them anything they ask for, they can get. We've given, and we've got an overwhelming response, positive response from everyone from the governors of Florida up to North Carolina.
Joining us now for more is Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson. So, Wendy, obviously there are many layers to this. This, first and foremost, could be a humanitarian disaster. Absolutely. It could be an economic disaster, but it also carries with it major political implications. It is 4 weeks until Election Day today. So how is the weather coinciding with the current moment we are in this election cycle?
In so many ways, Kaylee, it's really interesting. One,
a lot of people in North Carolina and Florida and Georgia may find it inconvenient to vote. It may suppress turnout in some of these places. They may decide food, water, shelter comes before political activity, or they may not be able to get their ballots or their mail people coming to them. So it's all, that is going to be part of the mess. But more importantly in this case is the amount of political disinformation going around that is actually endangering people. It's one thing to spread false rumors about things, but what Republicans who are doing this don't seem to realize is that it has real life consequences. And that is this misinformation about what FEMA is doing, is making people not apply for aid that they need because they don't believe they're going to get it. They don't believe FEMA has enough money, all the way up to the more silly things like who called whom and who's taking whose calls and things like that. Right. It got so bad that a North Carolina Republican congressman today put out a debunking press release starting with nobody can control the weather because of a tweet from Marjorie